are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. All right, guys, we're going to get into Trump's interview on OAN, and then we're also going to get into immediate analysis about the government shutdown. All right, guys, let's get right into it, but let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. All right, guys, let's go.
The House Republicans who have passed a clean CR.
Right.
Democrats voted for that back in March. They voted for clean CRs 13 times under former President Biden. So I want to ask you, in your opinion, what changed? Why won't they vote for it this time?
Well, it's politics, and they're doing things and asking for things that you wouldn't want, and most people that are sane wouldn't want, and patriots wouldn't want. They want illegal aliens to get taken care of with health care. And it's not, look, I have a bigger heart than they do, but it's not even that. Everybody in the world.
And they want $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending. They also wanted to be able to refund the, what was it, NPR and PBS, and also a lot of BS as well. Well, I would say useless spending.
Is going to enter our country and say, give us free health care, give us this, give us that. It's going to ruin all of the things that we have, all of the plans that we have. Obamacare was never any good, but it subsists. It's there. And everything will be destroyed because no country has enough money to take care of that. So they want the illegals. They refuse to get away with open borders. They want to do open borders. If they ever got in, they'll open up the borders. We have closed borders now. You only come into our country legally. But they would open up the borders in 2 minutes. And you understand it better than anybody because you've covered it so well for so long. Even though you're a young guy, you've covered it very well. They want transgender for everybody. They want men and women's sports. They haven't learned what happened in the last election. I think they forgot. And it's pretty amazing, actually. But
it is really shocking that some people are still arguing for trans women and women's sports, realizing that was one of their losing points during the election. And it still is a losing point, but they still defend it. Well, I would say the radical left still defends it. People who are on the sensible left kind of, ran over towards the center on that one.
In terms of the dollars or the money that we're
trying to downplay it.
They want us to take care of illegals. They want us to take care of people that can absolutely get a job. They're healthy and strong as you can be and young. And this is not what this was all about.
No, it wasn't. And there was a lot of intrigue because you welcomed Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and you sat down with them and you heard them out. What did you learn from that specific meeting ahead of this shutdown, sir?
Well, we got along very.
I would have said that they had a BS argument that he's asking for $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending. And then they're also talking about Obamacare subsidies that don't end until December 31st. So this is not the right time to even bring this argument up. But then also you kind of want to go against the big, beautiful bill that Trump say he wants to cut $930 billion out of over the next 10 years. You want to say, no, we want to take that out and add 1.5 trillion. Yeah, what did you think was going to happen?
Very well. I learned that they were much different outside of the office because in the office they were total gentlemen. Outside of the office, they get out to the press and they start ranting and raving. I said, are those the two guys that just left? They were very nice. We had a nice talk for an hour, and they went outside, and it was a different group of people. I mean, they're political people. One of the other things is fraud, waste, and abuse. They don't want to have anybody, the whole thing is crazy. When you find obvious fraud, you want to take care of it, waste and abuse. And they don't want anything to change. And what that's going to do is ruin it for the people that are tax-paying great American patriots.
It's not rocket science when you think of it. There was an OMB memo going around suggesting that there might be firings during the shutdown. Do you think that will happen if the shutdown goes for a little bit of time, sir?
Well, there could be firings, and that's their fault. And it could also be other things. I mean, we could cut projects that they wanted, favorite projects, and they'd be permanently cut. So you could say, a lot of people are saying Trump wanted this, that I wanted this closing, and I didn't want it. But a lot of people are saying it because I'm allowed to cut.
I mean, yeah, he's allowed to F with them. And here's the thing. I mean, you can't. Honestly, you could only get mad at the Dems for putting themselves in a position where Trump can F with them. I mean, he can start cutting some of their funding. He cut off some of their favorite NGOs. I mean, start laying off some of their favorite employees. And it's all the Democrats' fault because they put themselves in this position. And I don't know. I can't hear them if they want to sit here and cry a victim going like, oh, look what Trump is doing to us. I mean, you put yourself in this position. All you had to do was just vote on that bill, pass it, and then you could have debated about the subsidies during the next CR.
Things that should have never been approved in the first place. And I will probably do that.
One thing that you did when the government was open, though, sir, is you delivered historic tax cuts in under 6 months, fulfilling a major campaign promise. And you inherited an absolute mess of an economy. When you came in here, inflation was sky high, groceries were sky high, gasoline was sky high, electricity was sky high. You immediately delivered on no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, making permanent the tax cuts from your first administration. Can you talk a little bit about how Americans are going to feel that in 2026 and how much better their financial?
I mean, he did definitely accomplish something with the raising the standard deduction on Social Security, and then later on was able to get no tax on Social Security.
Financial situation is going to be because of the tax cuts that you got done so quickly.
Well, first of all, we passed a bill that was the biggest bill ever passed in the history of our country. And it was tax cuts, and it was all of the thing, regulation cuts, which a lot of people don't understand are actually more important than the tax cuts in terms of jobs and everything else. But we passed a bill, we call it the big, beautiful, I call it the great big, but the great, big, beautiful bill. And we had fun with it. And all of a sudden, we started to realize it really was a great, big, beautiful bill. And what's happened is we're getting the big, I don't have to go over them. You just went over some of them, but tax on tips and tax on Social Security and tax on overtime. There is no tax. And nobody can believe it even. And when we talk about the kind of things, most importantly, we got the Trump tax cuts from the first administration, my first administration. We got that extended and amplified and actually made much bigger, much better, much stronger than it was even before. And that's what led us to a record. We had record growth, and now we're having record growth like never before. Nobody's seen, well, we have 17 trillion.
And a lot of people love to frame it as, oh, he's just giving $1 trillion tax cuts to billionaires. Yeah, and these billionaires take these tax cuts, build factories, build offices, and create opportunity for you. So I'm not really tripping about it. And if they don't have these tax cuts, then there's less opportunity to be given to people like you.
Plus, think of it, $17 trillion is being invested in a country. Under Biden, in 4 years, they had less than $1 trillion. So we have 17 trillion in 8 months. And I think there'll be an explosion of success in the country like we've never had before.
You talked about the growth. That's like been a key word throughout your this administration. So you talked about how much we want to grow the economy. The numbers back it up. Q2 GDP was revised up to 3.8%. The widely watched Atlanta Fed, I believe their Fed GDP now model is up to 3.9% for Q3 for real economic output. Real wages for blue collar workers, electricians, plumbers, construction workers. It's growing at the fastest clip that it did in 60 years, sir. So when you take about all these really, really positive macro numbers, how will it make people's lives in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, the Rust Belt? How will it improve all of their lives? How will they feel these types of numbers in their own personal situation?
I'm sure the fairest question of all, it's called jobs. They're going to have great jobs. They're going to have the job that they wanted. They're going to be able to go out and negotiate the best deal they want to, and most importantly, they're going to have a job that they want and that they're good at. So we have factories opening up all over the country. We have auto plants opening up all over the country. Just today, I read where Volvo said that because of the tariffs and because of President Trump and the victory that we had, Volvo's opening up a massive plant, which had no intention of doing. The president of Volvo said we had no intention of doing this, and now because of a couple of things, the election, but maybe most importantly, the tariffs. But the election was probably more important because without me, this wouldn't have happened. So,
and you know, it's funny. I do think Volvo's a Sweden program. And shout out to my man Wolfie. He says, daily update. In Sweden, volunteers have put up a microchip in their hand to replace your ID. Driver's license bank. Driver's license bank card do not get the digital ID. I mean, bro, I think we're going to fight that. I don't know. I don't think Americans are going for that one. I think if they honestly try to pull that on us, that's when there's going to be a coup. Because we're like, no, you're not about to do this to us. You're not about to do us like the UK. You're not about to try to play us like Australia. We're not going. Hopefully. I'm praying. But shout out to my man Jed. Double tap the screen. And illegals getting funding? I know, right? And also, you know, it's so crazy. I've been hearing all over that because these illegals are leaving because leaving, self-deporting, and also getting deported. Well, that opened up a lot of jobs for Americans. And I mean, we see a lot of Americans being able to find trucking jobs, factory jobs, construction jobs. So, hey, I'm not mad at it. Things are going in the right direction for now.
We have all of this investment come in, but one thing that just came up as I'm walking into the room, this beautiful room in the White House where you sit and ask me very good questions, the trade deficit was cut in half. Nobody ever saw that. And it was cut in half because we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars worth of tariffs. So the trade deficit in just a few months was cut in half. Nobody thought that would be possible to do so quickly except me. I mean, I did. I thought, frankly, I think you're going to see numbers. We are becoming a country that's so rich, so powerful. It gives us power, but so rich, and we can take care of people. We can take care of our people. We can help other countries, frankly. But the numbers we're making are nobody thought it was possible. Now they're all saying Trump was right.
Dude, you mentioned the tariffs. You talked about how the tariffs, plus the big beautiful bill and the tax cuts in there, are incentivized.
I mean, and here's the thing. I think me and Sid was debating the tariffs last night. Well, yeah, we were debating the tariffs last night. And let's be real. Even he conceded that, you know what? They're not as inflationary as he thought. I mean, when we looked at the consumer price index and we've seen that, oh, well, prices haven't skyrocketed by 5-10%, and we've been seeing an easing of 0.3%. The highest the CPI went up was in August at 0.6%. So if we're arguing, oh, are tariffs inflationary? Is it getting passed on to the consumer? Well, not the full tariff, not majority of it. And we're just eating what, 0.3? Then what do you think the supplier's eating? What do you think the importer's eating?
Massive amounts of investment commitment.
And no inflation.
And no inflation at all. Inflation is completely stable. Yep. It's around target rate. And the country is ultimately taking in unprecedented amounts of tariff revenue, more than $200 billion at this point in time, sir. What do you believe this extra source of revenue can be put towards, and how big of a game changer is it for your administration? Well,
ultimately, because we're talking about just kicking in. They're just starting to kick in. But ultimately, your tariffs are going to be over $1 trillion a year, in my opinion. We're going to do something. We're looking at something where, number one, we're paying down debt because people have allowed the debt to go crazy. But, with growth, with the kind of growth we have now, the debt is very little, relatively speaking. You grow yourself out of that debt. It's not a question of paying it. You grow yourself out. And the numbers are so much bigger than they ever were. The numbers.
And this is why I always say that Trump's plan is somewhat of a gamble, and it's working right now. But it does feel like a gamble sometimes because we're betting on growth. We're betting on the growth of the American economy. We're betting that the American people will go out there and fill in these jobs. Or honestly, we're betting on the fact that these companies are going to bring jobs back. We're also betting on deregulation, being able to get more companies started up, and mining as well. We're betting on a lot right now. And it does seem to be going in the right direction. But let's not forget, this is a bet. That's going well right now.
We have now are bigger than they ever were. So when you have $36 trillion in debt a year ago or 2 years ago, and you have a lot less revenue coming in, then you have 37 or 38.
Oh, and shout out to Cache My Memory for sending in the 100 jewels. Appreciate the support, my friend. But guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. All right, guys, let's get right back into it.
We're going to do something. We're looking at something where, number one, we're paying down debt because people have allowed the debt to go crazy. But, with growth, with the kind of growth we have now, the debt is very little, relatively speaking. You grow yourself out of that debt. It's not a question of paying it. You grow yourself out. And the numbers are so much bigger than they ever were.
I mean, that's always a strategy. That there is a way like, how you get out of debt? Well, there is the say, well, you can start budgeting. You can start cutting spending and get yourself out of debt. Then there's the, kind of player approach, kind of a hustler approach to it. No, you just make more money. Yeah, I mean, you make so much money that you get yourself out of debt. I mean, there's two ways to do it. You can increase your bank account out of debt or increase your earnings out of debt, or you can, cut yourself, or budget yourself out of debt.
The numbers we have.
All good strategies. All I cannot judge. And shout out to Misfit Supervisor. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, welcome in. $2 super chats. Get your comment read out loud. $10 for a video. Everyone have a voice here. Let's go, y'all. Happy we are Shout out, Miss Supervisor. She says, "We're happy y'all are here, man." And shout out because I love positive messages like that. Shout out to the positivity.
Now are bigger than they ever were. So when you have $36 trillion in debt a year ago or 2 years ago, and you have a lot less revenue coming in, then you have 37 or 38. It's not 38 yet, but it will be. And the numbers are so much bigger. All of a sudden, 38, you're under levered, whereas for 36, you were highly levered. We're not highly levered anymore. Now, with that being said, we'll pay back debt, but we also might make a distribution to the people, almost like a dividend to the people of America.
How much are you thinking for that, sir?
Well, we're thinking maybe $1,000 to $2,000. Be great.
Another way that you directly made sure that you prioritized forgotten communities. I asked you about this in the Oval Office a couple of months ago, but you went to Pennsylvania and you announced a slew of investment commitment for the Keystone State, specifically regarding AI. But I want to hone in on Homer City, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Back in, I believe it was July 2023, the Homer City Generating Station, which was Pennsylvania's biggest coal-fired plant, sir, closed down. A lot of regulations. On October 9th of 2024, you went to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, and you told the residents of Homer City that you would not forget about them. You would make sure that they were prioritized. You did that. Early July, you announced a $15 billion investment commitment for Homer City, the largest natural gas-fired plant in the entire country. You're the president of the United States. You have a gazillion things to do every day. You're trying to end wars. You're dealing with other countries. Why did you want to make sure that these people were taken care of?
Because they were really screwed for many years. What they got the short end of it from administrations that didn't know what they were doing. You could look at East Palestine. You could look in Ohio with what happened there. We took care of those people. And before that, Biden did nothing. He did absolutely nothing. Look at North Carolina, where they had the horrible, it was like a flood, massive flood. It was a hurricane, but it was a water hurricane. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, where land, big, beautiful pieces of land were out in the middle of a lake. The whole thing was surrounded by water that were devastated. I got in and we took care of North Carolina. Before I got in, they let it go. It was terrible. They just forgot about it.
You went your first week?
They suffered, yeah. The first week I went in. But while they were there, and we got it solved fast. But it was a big investment, and there was a lot of talent and a lot of good congressmen and, et cetera, et cetera. But when you look at the, Ohio situation, the North Carolina situation, and just what you're saying, I mean, the people of our country weren't being taken care of. Other nations were being taken care of, and a lot of billionaires were being taken care of. Now, people would say, well, what about you? I said, well, I think I'm from a different cloth somehow. I care more about the people, and I really do. I think it was disgraceful the way people were being treated by the Biden administration. Now, add on top of that, you let 25 million people come in from prisons and jails and from mental institutions. Your quality of life was way down. I mean, you look at what's...
People really don't separate Trump from, I don't know, the real, I would say the real billionaires that hold power. Trump, billionaire off what? Real estate and his social media app Truth. And that ain't, let's be real, it ain't the biggest social media app. Like, let's be honest. It's only big because, well, Trump posts on it. Only reason why it even get downloads is because Trump posts on it. So, yeah. But let's talk about the billionaires who are like 10 billion, 20 billion, 100 billion, who are like hedge fund managers. I mean, CEOs are on the board of multiple companies. Yeah, those guys are the guys you really need to be concerned about and where they put their money in politics. Not Trump. He's not really doing too much.
The fabric of our...
Well, when it comes to just donating into different parties and all that good stuff, or different people.
Country was changing. Many of those people have been taken out. Many of those people were criminals, career criminals. When you look at what happened to D.C. and you look at before and after, it took us 12 days, intense, but it took us 12 days to fix D.C. At the end of a month, it's never been better than it is right now. And we're going to keep it that way. We're not going to let this go back. We had one of the worst crime-ridden places. Now we're going to Memphis, and we're going to Chicago. We're going to save Chicago because it has to be saved.
So you are going to Chicago?
We're going to Chicago.
Have you settled on a date yet, sir?
Pretty soon.
pretty soon.
We've already been there. You know, we've been there for 5 months with the FBI, just getting it ready for what we're going to be doing.
You also announced that you would be sending the National Guard to Portland, Oregon to obviously help protect.
And the crackdowns have already begun. I mean, don't worry, we're gonna get into it because Chicago Chicago raids, yeah, those got pretty interesting. And then what was it? I think it was like more than 1,000 arrested in Chicago during Operation Midway Blitz. And we're gonna get into that later on, but I just want to let y'all know that it's happening already.
ICE facilities, ICE agents have seen a 1,000% increase in assaults on them since January 21st of this year. When you compare at the same time of last year, your attorney general wrote in a memo saying that we've entered a new era of extreme political violence.
Yeah.
Do you believe that the presence of the National Guard and a lot of these Democrat-run cities is a major deterrent to the violent crime that has broken out?
Well, the beautiful thing about D.C. is we showed it. In 12 days, it was almost gone. In 25 days, it was gone. And there is no crime. I mean, you know, when I say no crime, there is no crime virtually in D.C. It's like a safe place. You can walk down with your wife, your beautiful new wife. Very nice. Congratulations. Who was also a very good journalist. And I assume still is, right?
Still is.
I hope she continues. But you can walk together hand in hand, and you're not going to be mugged and all the other things that happen. We had many murders, over 11,000, I guess 11,888 murderers, people that were many people, more than one murder. I guess over 50% killed more than one person. These people were released into our country. They're not going to get better. They're not going to say, well, now I'm going to be good. They're killers and probably born that way, but you'll have to figure that one out for yourself. These people are out of our country now, a lot of them. We're looking for the rest. We know who they are, and we're coming to get them. But our country was was becoming, if I didn't win this election, we would have had a third world country. I really believe that. So now we have safe cities. We're going to have safe cities. We're going to be in Chicago. We're going to Portland, and now the governor's trying to keep us out of Portland.
Yeah, I mean, all the sanctuary cities would have got overran with immigrants. The immigration problem would have been like the crime problem. It's going to start spilling into the nice areas. And then, yeah, it'd have been a complete takeover. I mean, we'd have had, well, I would say we'd have had a whole bunch of Dearborn, Michigans. I mean, not exactly like that, you know, all Islammed out. But, you know, we definitely have, like, you know, damn near a city that's all Mexico, damn near a city that's all Haiti. And then there'd be nothing we could do about it.
And where did these people?
Well, there'd be nothing that the Democrats would do about it.
People come from? The governor says that, oh, Portland is just fine. And then you turn on the television, you see the place is burning down to the ground, and it has been for a long time. We're going to take care of Portland.
Why do you think these Democrat politicians in these cities are so resistant to them? J.B. Pritzker, Brandon Johnson, officials in Oregon. What are they afraid of? Have you proven that their policies have directly led to decline?
So they're either bad people or they're stupid. And I don't believe they're stupid. They have something going on where they think that Portland is in good shape, that Portland is not burning to the ground, that the fires that I'm watching on television aren't there. You had to see this governor. She didn't know what she was doing. She called me. She said, we don't want troops in Portland. You know who wants them? The people. They go around, interview people, even CNN. They interview people. Send as many troops as you can.
I mean, that's the funniest part, too, because Chicago did the same thing. I mean, trust me, a lot of these liberal cities or these Democratic states who try to sit there and say, oh, we don't need the National Guard. Our crime is good. Everything's all right. Well, when the news went to Baltimore, they're like, yeah, can you bring them in because our guy not doing anything about it? We all know that guy Brandon Johnson ain't doing anything about Chicago. Actually, he got paid. He got paid to let these immigrants in. So he really don't care. He really don't. And neither does Pritzker. So do we really want to leave these guys at the hands of politicians who don't give a damn about their own constituents? Like, is that really fair? Well, I know y'all like to say voting has consequences, but I don't think we should leave our fellow Americans to that.
The people want them. The people in Washington, D.C. want them. Everybody, they want to have safety. And if it means we put in National Guard, and I'd go a step further than that if I had to, But Chicago is a big deal. I mean, you're going to lose Chicago. We're not going to let that happen.
Have you thought about other cities that you might go
I
into
sure.
other than Chicago?
Any city that you see shootings, like Chicago, 5, 10, 11, 12 killings a weekend, and 38 people being shot. Think of that. 38 people being shot, 11 people dying. And this is all the time. Sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 12 people being shot. And then after shot, you have 28 to 48 to 58 people. Think of this. You have people being murdered and people being shot at numbers greater than any place in the world. And you have this governor, this stupid person who got thrown out of his family business because he was incompetent, standing up and saying, Chicago is doing fine, we'll handle Chicago. But every weekend you'd see this. You have long weekends. They made one where they had over a Labor Day weekend. They said there were 20 people murdered, 20 people. And you know what they said? Well, it was Labor Day weekend. It's a longer weekend, so that's okay. You know, can you believe it? I don't know where they come from. So, you know, your question is to how come they're this way? If I were, I don't care if I'm a Democrat or what I am, I would be begging Trump to get in and bring in the troops or do whatever you can, because their reputation is shot. And this is why the Democrats are doing so badly. I think crime is going to be the biggest factor this time. You know, I had crime, but I had all sorts of other things, open borders, men and women sports. I had trans.
I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, crime is honestly was going to sink the Democrats probably in the midterm. It might be the death of them since they don't want to address it, and Trump's addressing it for them. And I know a lot of people want to say, oh, well, red states are more dangerous. Well, if you microscope the problem and you look in on these red states and you see the cities with the highest crime, they're ran by Democrats. So, yes, the blue cities in these red states have the highest crime. So, therefore, once again, you kind of can place high crime on Democrats. Well, actually, you pretty much can. And it's almost provable every single time. Like I said, look up your favorite high crime city in your favorite red state. It's going to be ran by a Democrat. Actually, it's going to have a history of being ran by Democrats. Black ones at that.
Transgender at everything. Now the word crime is so big because they're trying to fight me. I mean, every time we send in the troops to clean it up, we end up in court. We end up winning, but we end up in court. But you look at what happened to D.C. It's been so beautiful to see. The restaurants are booming. People are going out to lunch. They're going out to dinner. I have a friend hadn't gone out in years, and now he's gone to restaurants 4 or 5 times in the last couple of weeks, and he said it's so beautiful.
You mentioned that crime is going to be a major factor. You got your tax cuts done in half the amount of time it did last time, sir. You did it in December of 2017. Now you did it before July 4th here this time around. Looking ahead to 2026, do you believe that your response to combat violent crime and the amount of tax relief and economic success you've had, do you believe that will be enough to help buoy Republicans in the 2026 midterms?
I hope so. Now, the one thing that I worry about is that if you look over many, many years, I don't have the numbers, but the person that wins the presidency always seems to lose the midterms. I don't know why. It's crazy. Even presidents that did well, and there have been some, and I think we're at the top of the list in terms of doing well. Nobody's done what I've done. 7 wars. We put out 7 wars.
I mean,
now it could be
8.
Yeah,
let's see if he could turn that curse around, because it does seem like, whoever the president is, Republican comes in, Democrats somehow take over in the House and Senate. I mean, there's a Democrat in, Republicans somehow take over in the House and Senate. Let's see if Trump can break the curse.
So you reported it looks like the Middle East could very well be solved after 3,000 years approximately. We're going to have more than Gaza. We're going to have Gaza plus.
Oh, guys, we got about 1,300 y'all in here, man. Appreciate the support. But let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Peace, overall peace. That would be an amazing achievement. And then we'll get Russia taken care of somehow. We're going to get that. I thought that would be an easy one. That's been a difficult one. 5,000 people are being killed every single week. Soldiers, mostly soldiers, Russia and Ukrainian soldiers. But 7 different wars I ended, and it's soon going to be 8. And when you think about it, nobody's done anything like that. Then on top of that, we get you the largest tax cuts in history. People are doing better than they've ever done right now. We have no inflation.
I would say this, when it comes to the whole Ukraine war, it's hilarious. Because I always say that Trump, you understand, we're like the other guys you settle conflicts with, those weren't superpowers. Now, we are so grateful that you did that. Like, shout out, because trust me, the UN was not going to do it. Nobody else was trying to do it. Not even their own people was. But you did. So shout out to Trump on that. But you thinking that you're going to be able to solve Ukraine and Russia in just one day, seeing that Russia's superpower, I was like, I don't know about that. I almost thought Trump had, like, I don't know, a secret meeting with Putin before the election or something to work something out. But obviously that was not the case. He just thought that he had better standing with Putin than he actually had. But hey, people misread things. It happens. And shout out to Asher Rose. Appreciate the support, sis. And shout out to the Baller Alert. She says, love this podcast. Hey, I appreciate that, sis.
I inherited a mess, and now we have a country. I'll tell you, I was with the king of Saudi Arabia. He said, a year ago, you were in a dead country, and now you have we're the hottest country in the world right now.
We certainly are. And do you have any big plans for 2026? Do you plan on hitting the campaign?
Hottest country in terms of investment. Like, people want to say, well, that's $7 trillion. What's that about? Yeah, that's investments. Investment in energy, investment in manufacturing, and investment in AI, of course. So, yeah, these are a lot of investments that are coming into the U.S. that probably you won't see. Honestly, you probably won't see until like what, 2027? You got to give it some time, guys. Give it some time.
Trail at all and helping out some of the candidates. Could you kind of give us a little bit of an inside scoop on regards to your plans in 2026,
I have
sir?
big plans. I have big plans. I want to.
Oh, and shout out Hellbat. He says he'll break the curse by making it to where illegals aren't counted on the census anymore. Hashtag deport them all. I mean, hey, shout out to my man Hellbat. Let me turn that down a bit. Sorry if I blew your ears off, guys. There you go. That's better.
Survive. That's one of my big plans. You look at what's going on. It's crazy. You know, the rhetoric that these crazy Democrats are using is very dangerous. They've made politics very dangerous, and you're going to be very happy with the job we're going to do.
Well, it's fascinating you mentioned that rhetoric. Senator John Fetterman from Pennsylvania, he actually put out a thing on X saying, quote, unchecked extreme rhetoric like labels as Hitler or fascist will foment more extreme outcomes. Political violence is always wrong, no exceptions. Do you think he's right with that description?
Well, he's right, and it can bounce back on the other side, too. You know, it's a two-way street, and it can bounce back the other way.
I hope not. I truly hope not. I hope nobody goes after no famous left-wing political pundit. I hope nobody goes after Cenk, because I actually like him. Sam Cedar. I hope nobody goes after, I don't know, Brian Tyler, even though I don't like him, but I hope he lives. It's like, I don't want nobody on the left to die. I just disagree with you guys.
Doing is very dangerous. It's very bad. And there probably hasn't been this kind of intensity, maybe in a long time in this country. And that intensity, that kind of intensity is very bad. They're using rhetoric that's very dangerous. And, you know, you have stupid people doing it, like Crockett. She's a low IQ person. And others that are not smart people. And then you have some smart people doing.
I would say AOC and Jasmine Crockett are the main perpetrators when it comes to salacious language against, well, the right. And, of course, against ICE. Like I said, the rhetoric needs to tone down against ICE, because think about it like this. Some kid went out off y'all rhetoric, calling them terrorists and the Gestapo, and went out and shot at them and end up killing an illegal immigrant. Like, karma is crazy, but that's just how it worked out. And the fact that the left still do not see this as a problem, still will go out there and call ICE a Nazi group or a bunch of Nazi police. Like, the fact that you guys are still doing that is like, do you not see what you are perpetrating? Do you not see what you're perpetuating in people's minds? To go out there and take these radical actions against the people that you disagree with, or that you feel is what? I don't know, unconstitutional, not doing what you want, even though they are law enforcement and they are just upholding the law or immigration policies, however you want to put it. They're doing their job and they're American citizens. And you're pretty much getting people to what? Go against them, attack them, one shot at them. Like, don't you think there might be more?
Too. And those are the ones you have to be more careful of. So they've got to stop it. They've got to stop it fast.
You actually just went to the memorial service out in Arizona for Charlie Kirk. The nation is still grieving. It will be grieving for quite some time. Thinking back on that service, what did it mean to you to be there? My wife obviously works for Turning Point, so
Yeah.
it hits home quite seriously. What was that experience like for you?
Well, as your wife knows, Charlie was a great guy. Charlie and I were very close. He was a big factor in our big win. I mean, he got a lot of, especially young people. I mean, it was like an army of people. And he was a believer, and I was a believer in him. And I think they're going to go on to very great things. He became almost bigger because of what this horrible thing happened. Who would have thought this would go? You know, they talk about chapters. He wanted to have 20,000 chapters someday. Somebody said they have 150,000 requests. So he would have been very proud to see, but it should not have happened to him. And his wife is great. Erica's going to go on, and I guess she's now the chairman, and she's going to go on, I think, to great success. He always used to say she's very smart. He loved her a lot, but he said she was very smart. So we're going to find out, and I think she's going to do great.
I want to call back to 2016 real quick. What's fascinating about 2016, it was during one of your debates with Hillary Clinton. She was asked to give you a compliment, say something nice about you, and she said that your children specifically reflected very well on you as a parent. You met my wife. We're actually expecting our first child next year. So I wanted to wonder if you could give us and the million other couples here in the United States some parenting advice.
Well, I know both of you, and you're both outstanding, and you're both very smart, and you're going to have a country given to you. You know, you're only sort of as good. You can be great, but if you're born in the wrong country, it's not so easy. You're going to have a great country again. We have a country that was really a sick country, and we're getting better very fast, a lot faster than people could have imagined. You know, as I just said, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. So you're off to a good start. You just want to be good, solid. I always tell my kids, I always told them, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. I'd add in cigarettes. No cigarettes, it's good. But I'd say that all the time. And Ivanka sometimes would say, Dad, stop saying that. I'd say it all the time. I've seen people, wonderful families, you know, so much problems with drugs and alcohol, but drugs pouring in. You didn't have that years ago. And I just put it in my kids' mind. You got to stay away from drugs, alcohol, stay away from cigarettes. I think it's so important. And obviously,
I mean, shoot, it worked for Trump. What would Trump say? It was a story about his older brother who used to drink a lot, and he would just always drink, but he'd tell Trump, don't drink, don't drink, don't drink. To say don't drink a lot of times and just repeat it through his mind. And guess what? The man never drank. He never smoked. He just, hey, man, he kept doing what he doing. Instead, he became a billionaire playboy for a little bit, which I guess he had his vices in women, but hey, it's way better than alcohol and drugs.
You know, you're going to have smart children and all that stuff, but education's so important, all of those things. But I've seen very smart families, very brilliant children. They get hooked on drugs. They don't have a chance. So keep them away from the drugs and keep them away from the problems. And I think you're going to have a great and successful marriage and life. And I congratulate you and your wife. You're both incredible. I've seen your face so much asking me questions, sometimes good ones, sometimes bad ones, sometimes tough ones, right? But the country's doing well. I really think we're back. We're back. A big thing is crime in our cities, and we're solving that. Nobody thought, I didn't even campaign on that, but that's now a campaign factor. But people living in New York and Los Angeles wouldn't even be there now if I didn't send in the troops very early, because that was a riot. That was an insurrection. But you look at Chicago, what's happening. We're going to give you safe cities. We're going to give you a great country, and you're going to have a great family.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're always generous with your time. Thank you.
And all right, shout out. Now, hey, you won't be able to find this on YouTube. It hasn't came out yet. I have to, pretty much dig for it on X. So shout out X for this one. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the right side of media with Fox News, pretty much showing off some pretty good numbers.
The White House is opening up brand new markets for American businesses, and they're cashing in abroad. American companies signed almost 100 contracts worth $170 billion with foreign governments in just...
Wow. Okay. Record U.S. contracts won globally under Trump with foreign governments. So we got $170 billion in total value. We got $589,000 in jobs supported. And we got 98 contract signs, goddamn, and about 144 billion made in U.S. exports. I like where this is going.
It's the first 9 months of the Trump administration that smashed the $12 billion total from the same stretch in 2021. The deals are expected to support almost 600,000 jobs for Americans. The big winners, you can see them here: defense, energy, and tech. So, Gary, these are some really big numbers that we have.
Oh, hold on now. What was that? It was okay. It's 153 billion in aerospace and defense. Well, of course, defense, and about 5 billion in energy security. All right. 800 million information technology, which is much needed. You never know. You got to protect ourselves from these Russian and China hackers. And about 600 million for safety and security equipment. You can never have enough of that, which, damn, it kind of reminds you of that one, man, what was that one business name that a guest dude brought up that's about to be our new surveillance system that's going to have drones that can track your license plate and bring the police to you?
Defense, energy, and tech. So, Gary, these are some really big numbers that we have that the Commerce Department is sharing with the American people. I'm curious to know how you kind of weigh these wins. How important are they in the broader landscape of the economy? Because we do have some other signals that maybe we have signs of a slowdown.
Every deal that comes through is a potential job. Simple as that. The more deals that come, the better. I love the fact they're announcing them. Whether or not they do come through, you never do know. You're dealing with governments and how much they're going to spend.
All right, guys. Well, I want you guys to get a glimpse in, well, what will be pretty much securing your future or future equipment and law enforcement. I'm pretty sure this is what they're going to get, right? So they're about to buy a whole bunch of drones that could track you and that could pretty much search you all over the cities. And let's be real, it's for law enforcement, neighborhood security, and business. And you know what? I'm not going to lie. It's pretty impressive. I mean, look, carjacking happens at 8. I mean, what? You got your drone arrives on the scene and catches the carjacker, just tracking the guy, vehicle license plate confirmed, all by drones and whatever security else they have. It's actually pretty damn impressive. So shout out to Flock Safety Security, because trust me, it's coming to a city near you. So just get ready for that. It's going to be revolutionary. A little bit suspect. I ain't going to lie to you. It's definitely a little sus, but it's coming to somewhere near you. But all right, now let's get back over to the show.
But when I see them doing a deal with the UK and all of a sudden we hear that they're going to buy 30 Boeing jets, terrific. And by the way, part of, I think, the stock market right now are these things. Remember, stock market is about actual numbers, but also perception of what could come in the future. And this is some good stuff, and I'm hoping to see more as we move forward.
David, Gary brings up a really good point about, how soon can we see all these deals really come to fruition? When do we actually see the investment in the United States benefiting from these deals that have been inked? And I wonder if there's a question to be asked about how we're getting to these deals. How much of these deals are a product of the tariffs? Because tariffs, they might be here today, but gone tomorrow. So do you have any questions about the permanency of these deals or these investments?
The permanence and the actuality of them coming together, because I've seen press releases and announcements so many times that were not followed by purchase orders. Jackie brought up the soybean issue in China from 5 years ago. This is not criticism of the president, because it's actually one of his best features that he can be such a compelling cheerleader. But we do need to point out that he does like the headline a lot more than the article. Okay. And in this particular case, I would just say that you have to look at what they were going to be ordering anyways to see what is additive to economic growth. The thing that concerned me in the commerce is them daring to use 2021 as a baseline. This $170 billion number looks like a big number. So why contrast it against a number when everybody knows the world was shut down? To me, that seemed like a stretch. I just think we're going to know, because Gary says markets give you real numbers.
Right.
Yep.
The foreign direct investment, the real capital flows, this stuff won't lie in the end. The problem is you're not going to know next week, next month, when a lot of us want to kind of see how it's going.
I'm going to think that's fair criticism. I mean, yeah, if we're talking about the benches like 2021 during the pandemic, I mean, I don't know if that's the best bench to go by. I would take it all the way back to maybe Obama years, and maybe we could see if that was really the best investment we've had.
6 months, 12 months, 18 months till a more objective assessor can see how it's going.
And I feel like
Fair.
that's what a lot of people would say is give this time to take root, Jackie.
Yes.
You know, we're going to grow our way forward. GDP numbers look really good lately, so maybe this could, you know, add some support to that.
I think it'll contribute to growth, but we've been saying it will take time.
Yeah, GDP's been revised upwards. So they said we had about 3% growth in GDP. Actually, we had 3.8% growth in GDP. So, hey, man, we're good. Like I said, we're going in the right direction. And as you know, as you see over here in the corner, as the economy continues to do pretty well.
To come to fruition. These are
Roll
not
the
things that
stock.
happen overnight. And so there has to be some patience in that and seeing the overall economic policy plan come together. What I think is coming out of Commerce Secretary Letnick is a little, you know, sugarcoating. Hey, look at us, look at us, look at everything we've done. I'm not taking away from the accomplishment as you are not either, David, with the deals. I think the deals are important. And I do think that they underscore America's strength. The fact that countries and companies are willing to sit down with this administration and make deals like this and at least commit even on paper to some of these contracts is important. And we've restored that faith in the White House once again, which was very, very important. But like you said, to compare it to 12 billion in 2021, you don't need to do that.
No.
You don't need to do that. You just list them. You say how much you've brought in so far, 170 billion. This is the timeline that we're projecting it's going to take to play out. It's going to work with the rest of our policies in this way. And you keep going.
Can I come up with a theory for that comparison, actually?
I agree.
Please.
So you look at that, 2021 is Biden's first year back in office, right? Biden's supposed to be the guy who's going to restore relationships globally. He's the steady hand. He comes in and we have no contracts. Now, I agree, it's COVID, right? So bad comparison, maybe. But it might just be that Biden comes in and actually does nothing. And Trump, we've talked about how much energy he has. First year back on the job, and we're inking these contracts. Almost all the money, by the way, is aerospace and defense. What does that tell you? He's out talking to other countries and saying, let's talk about our security. Let's talk about how we can partner. Let's talk about how we can be allies.
Actually, he's already secured who's going to buy all these weapons. It's going to be NATO countries. He's the countries that agreed to increase their military spending from 2 to 5%. And guess where they're going to buy all their military weapons from? The USA. So, I mean, it all works out in our favor. And we're just pretty much preparing for when the NATO countries in sending their orders.
Economically, it's
Well, they're already sending in their orders because they're buying weapons from us to send to Ukraine. So we're already making money off that, which is I'm not too proud of. I ain't gonna say it's not something that I'm proud of or that anybody should be proud of. But hey, it's a lot better position than we were in under Biden.
thing, but maybe just from a relationship standpoint, he never gets credit. He's the guy who ruins relationships, right? This is a lot of defense relationship money on the table. Maybe it's a test.
Look, outcome will be everything, but I can tell you, if perception's reality, we didn't hear squat out of the White House on deals in 22, 23, 24.
Right.
I didn't see any of that going on at
Gary,
that
do
time.
you want the deals being announced by Washington, D.C.? Why? I mean, you're on my side about the government involved in the economy. Why do we need the government being a business broker?
Because politics is about marketing.
All right.
And as we enter, what are we, 13 months away from a midterm election, that's quite important to this president.
Yeah.
And if our government can control if we can get into international markets or not, then I mean, it is what it is. Like, let's be honest, and let's be real. These other countries' governments are deciding to put tariffs on us, import bans on us. So their government's already deciding in their markets and their market politics. So fair game.
It's understandable. And by the way, both sides would do that.
I think
Yeah, we just don't do it as hard as China does. So you got to give us credit on that.
sorry. I think Brian picked up on a good point, though, and I would just add to that. It's not even the business blunders, in a sense, with the respect to the economy with Biden. It also was his foreign policy blunders.
Oh, yeah.
Every time he got up on the global stage or made a decision, Russia, Ukraine, Afghanistan, whatever it was, he royally messed it up. And so we were in a situation where we did look weak as a result of that. So I think what you're saying, there's something to that, to the comparison in that way.
I mean, maybe it's business brokering, but this to me just looks like a lot of, hey, America, this is what's happening. It's marketing. You have to tell your story. We're active around the globe and things are.
Yeah, just letting everybody know that, well, we're still out here making these deals. We're still out here trying to bring investments into America and jobs, just updating the people. It is what it is. But all right, guys, let's get over to the immigration side of news with an interview with Kristi Noem. So shout out to her because she's the director of Homeland Security. Shout out Christy Gnomes. Let's get right into it.
So excited to have you on My View. Thank you so much for sitting down
Is
with
it
us.
No.
We're
Wait,
here today.
wait. Is it? Yeah, Homeland Security.
I don't think I need to tell everybody where we are. They can see it. We're here at Mount Rushmore, this incredible space, because just a short time from now, 72 people from 34 different countries are going to raise their right hand and are going to be sworn in as American citizens. Let me get your reaction. I mean, you used to be the governor here in South Dakota. What does it mean to you to have people here at Mount Rushmore becoming citizens, and as the person charged with securing the homeland, to have these people here doing it the legal way and the appropriate way?
Yeah, this is a fantastic day. I'm so excited about the ceremony that we're going to have, but I'm also excited about the testimony of every single one of these people that will be standing here today and will proudly becoming an American. They'll become a citizen the right way, the legal way, but they're doing it because they love this country and they want to embrace all of the ideals and the values and the principles of freedom that.
I mean, yeah, we should celebrate people who do it the right way, not people who want to do it illegally and then we're just supposed to protect them. It's like, that's kind of crazy.
This country stands for. And then to do it in front of Mount Rushmore is incredibly powerful. The testimony to our nation's leaders and how they led us through challenging times, I think, is powerful. There's still challenges, but today's a day to celebrate and to celebrate the people that are here and what this country stands for.
Well, I know all these people are very excited to be here today. But look, you guys have had so much on your plate at DHS, and I know you are working around the clock. ICE and Border Patrol have increased activity in Chicago recently. DHS also asked the Department of War for around 100 military personnel to help protect those ICE facilities. Are you shocked by the fact that you have to have security?
Well, yeah, the protesters are getting out of hand. I mean, look what's going down in Portland. They're out here putting up fake guillotines. And I mean, what type of message does that send? Like, what, you want to publicly execute ICE agents? I'm not saying that's what y'all want to do, but when you put a fake guillotine out there, I mean, what else am I supposed to think? And shout out Asher Rose. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, thanks to Trump, we have a historical investment in the United States. Trump is rocking it. Yes, we do have an historical amount of investments coming in. So we do got to shout out Trump for that. Man, $17 trillion. And we will pretty much see the fruits of his labor probably about 2 years from now. Most likely.
Now, for law enforcement out there on the streets?
You know, I'm shocked by Governor Pritzker and his willingness to let murderers and rapists run his state and have a free-for-all against the people that live in there without making it safe for families.
I wouldn't say that. I say he let gang members run his state, like straight up gang members.
And that's what has been the most shocking to me, is to see these local governors and mayors not stand up for law and order. That we will go into Chicago, we will go into Portland, and we'll make sure we have the backs of our law enforcement. And that's what the Department of War is providing for us. When we go out and do operations and the local law enforcement are told to stand down, that they can't be there for us, it's extremely dangerous for these ICE officers, for these CBP agents that are out there trying to help go after these dangerous criminals. So we will use President Trump's methods and his abilities to deploy a whole of government approach, which means the Department of War will come in and help provide that security so we can continue to do our work.
We all saw the Dallas ICE field office under attack, you know, just a week ago. Are you guys going to put in place physical changes, or will there be things that you can see that will harden these sites in the wake of that?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to make sure that we are have safe facilities, but also our officers are safe. So we will have more personnel, we'll have more security measures, but some of them I can't speak to, because when we give all the details, obviously people use that and use it to dox our agents and try to undermine those methods that we use to bring those security systems to bear. But
I mean, here's the thing, and I mean, what was it about? It was yesterday that Apple finally took down the ICE tracking app that was tracking ICE agents, which was a bit wild because, you know, you pretty much are setting up these law enforcement officers to possibly get set up and hurt. And it was a bit crazy that it lasted this long, because it's been up for about a couple months now. And then they only 2 days ago, or about a day ago, they took it off.
We will absolutely do everything that we can to make sure that our officers are safe and that they have the ability to enforce the law. And that's what they're so happy about. You know, we've had over 900 arrests in Chicago just in the last few weeks that our federal officers have gone in and been able to bring drug traffickers and human traffickers to justice, and murderers, individuals who have committed acts of violence, burglary, assaults, and get them off the streets. And the people in Chicago that have seen the result of that are thrilled. We're not just doing it in Chicago. Portland is another one, Memphis as well. We're working with local leaders to do what we can, but when we can't work with local leaders, that doesn't mean that the individual citizens are going to be left behind.
Well, speaking of Portland, Oregon and the city of Portland have sued to block the president sending in the National Guard. They claim that the ICE protests have been very small, that there have been no arrests since June, but the White House cited 26 federal cases for alleged arson and assaults against law enforcement. So maybe you want to take a moment and refresh people's memories as to why it's important to send in the National Guard.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're not afraid of litigation, Laura. We will go out and do our job, that we will follow the law, we will follow the Constitution. And if activist judges want to sue us, then they can do that, but we'll continue to pursue what's right. But out in Portland, that's a different...
No, the problem is that ICE has been radicalized in the eyes of the left. That's the problem. They're literally just doing their job, and honestly, they're acting under immigration law. They're also running investigations with, HSI, Homeland Security investigations. So you guys thinking that they're just kidnapping people off the street? They're not. They've ran their investigation. They've tracked these people. They probably looked at emails and calls, or if they've looked at court records and been shown that, oh yeah, you're supposed to show up for an immigration hearing to if you're going to be deported or not. You never showed up. Yeah, you're gone. Yeah, I mean, they search for these guys, they do the investigation, and they find them. And for some reason, the Dems will frame it as, oh, they're being kidnapped. They're over here raiding the Home Depot parking lots. Is like, well, duh, that's their job. I'm not sure I'm not sure how you can be radicalized all of law enforcement or ICE officers doing their job.
Animal. We've got not just rioters and people that embrace violence to push back on what we're doing in this country. These are Antifa. We have terrorist organizations. And that's what I keep reminding people is we're not just dealing with criminals. We've got networks of cartel members and terrorists that are infiltrating these cities. And every day that we don't bring them to justice, they're recruiting new members, more people to their ranks. And that is why every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, DHS and our officers are working to get them off the street so that we can stop them in their tracks.
What recourse do you have if cities like Portland or Chicago refuse to protect a federal facility or refuse to surrender violent offenders? Can you pull federal funding?
We're using every tool we have. We can look at every dollar that they get from the federal government. We can look at other resources.
And shout out to my man, James Friedman. He says, who here heard of meritocracy? Look it up. Yeah, a lot of people do need to honestly look that up. I mean, so honestly, we should all be, every organization and corporation should be running off it. But sadly, we got things like DEI in control. Well, we're trying to stop it, but let's be honest, like some of these companies show resistance towards that.
Sources and support and see what is a potential there. And then also look at what we can do as far as taking.
Oh, yeah, but shout out to my man, James. Appreciate the support, my man. And welcome back.
Care of ourselves. When they say that they don't want federal officers on the streets and then they're not going to partner with us, then we put twice as many there. We want to have results for the people that live there.
Hey, that is a good point. Like, all right, so you're saying you're not going to help us, so we can't count on your police to help us with these operations. Great. There'll just be twice as more ICE officers, twice as more National Guard, and twice as more troops if you want to play that game. And hey, that's fair.
And we listen to them.
You gotta have backup.
Local leaders that constantly attack us. So I would say we don't take anything off the table, especially Portland. It's been dark and horrible for so many years. I mean, that's just been a train wreck. When people start to feel, again, what it can be like, that they actually can live a life, that walking down streets and eating at restaurants again, that governor and that mayor will start to hear about how wrong they are. And they'll understand politically as well the consequences of picking the wrong side of this issue.
And I know you guys just got more funding for DHS to hire more people. Where are your priorities with that? Are you looking for, I mean, obviously you have legal battles all the time. Obviously you need people in all different areas. Are you looking overall just to spread out more people throughout the agency?
Well, the bill was pretty specific. It said build the wall and keep the border secure. And so we are doing that. It also specifically said hire more ICE officers, more Border Patrol agents. We're doing that. But also within Secret Service, which is under my jurisdiction as well, we have an incredible recruitment campaign and training and resources campaign. I have the Coast Guard. So a lot of that funding went to bring the Coast Guard into their next Force Design 2028 and to help them not only complete their search and rescue mission, but to also help us with narcotics trafficking and our surveillance against China as well. We have weapons of mass destruction, CISA, cybersecurity, and I also have FEMA and TSA. So that bill we got a lot of funding with the Department of Homeland Security, but we have a lot of responsibilities. And every day, those agencies are tasked with keeping this homeland secure.
Well, you have quite a job. I mean, you just kind of talked about all that falls under your purview. I wonder how it feels as the former snow queen of South Dakota to look back at everything, to be here today at Mount Rushmore.
The snow queen of South Dakota is hilarious because, I mean, people did say she cold cut. I mean, she's pretty, what would I say? They say she's kind of a bit heartless. Like, remember, we're talking about the same lady that wrote a book, talk about how she, pretty much shot her dog because the dog couldn't do what she wanted no more. I mean, well, damn. So, hey, what could I say? She has quite the character, or we could just say, she knows how to get things done and she knows what needs to be cut. Man, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. When I read that in her book, I had to literally go up and find the page in her book where she wrote that down. And it was a bit grimy. I was like, okay, Christy Gnomes, I could see why you weren't VP nominated.
To know that you were a member of Congress, you were governor of this state, you're a mom, you're a grandmother now, and you are arguably the most consequential DHS secretary I think this country has ever seen. I mean, do you ever stop and think for a second about all you've done?
Oh gosh, no, I don't know if I've had time. But I'm grateful that I get the chance every day to get up and to do something that matters. I've always, I was raised by parents that constantly said, Christy, we don't complain about things, we fix them. And so every day I have a new challenge to fix and new things to do. What kind of a country will we leave for our kids? I had the chance when I was little to have, know that every opportunity would be available to me. I could do whatever I wanted to do. I want to make sure my granddaughters and grandson have the chance to do that too.
All right, now, and let's get over to, we're going to get to the left side of media, but let's get over to this quick little story here of Trump orders review of organ funding and, amid chaos. But let's get right into it.
President Trump is ordering a review of Oregon's federal funding as Antifa chaos continues in Portland.
Meanwhile, radical agitators have spent nearly 100 nights straight laying siege outside the city's ICE facility.
100 nights
Chanley
straight.
Painter is here with all the details. Chanley.
Hey, good morning. That's right. Trump's announcement coming as the violent anti-ICE clashes persist in Portland since early June. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying this.
I mean, you can't say they ain't dedicated. 100 nights. I mean, then again, there's not that much people showing up now. So I guess whoever's paying for the protesters kind of ran out of money.
Watch.
President Trump will end the radical left's reign of terror in Portland once and for all. The president has directed Secretary Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other left-wing domestic terrorists. This is not peaceful protesting. This is left-wing anarchy.
ICE's Portland director says the facility is under constant attack with little help from local police because of political directives from city leaders. And the nightly protests have escalated beyond just chants and signs. Bottle rockets are striking ICE buildings, rocks are shattering windows, lasers targeting officers' eyes, and barricades blocking vehicles. On Friday, the FBI said 2 federal citations were issued in just the past 24 hours, as well as 27 active and pending investigations and 130 arrests. Following 100 days since agitators have laid siege to that ICE facility, Portland FBI is posting this quote: "We continue to work with our partners to investigate instances of violence and destruction of property and hold those individuals accountable. And meanwhile, in Illinois, protests also persist there, guys.
Well, I mean, shout out. I mean, like I said, it's the perfect example of.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
And my message to the left is that, come on, man, you guys are being completely.
Stop whining. Your kids are soft. You lack discipline. But I've got news for you. You're mine now.
Yep, your DHSs now. Yep. Like, look at me. Look at me. You're gonna get deported, okay? You gotta understand this.
Federal agents announced the arrest of more than 1,000 illegal aliens as part of Operation Midway Blitz, a sweeping crackdown they launched earlier this month. Guys, back to you.
Yep, feds announced 100 arrests in Chicago. So we're gonna go to CNN's reaction of it, because they started tripping. CNN was gonna trip about this. It's the left. It's what they do. Well, trip over what we're supposed to do. But yeah, and shout out to my guy Arnold Schwarzenegger. I gotta play him every time the left want to start crying and remind them that they're DHSs now. They're ISIS problem now, guys. And I mean, in terms of Trump, you're under Trump's presidency now.
Donald Trump wanted American cities to be training grounds, and ICE listened. In Chicago, in the middle of the night, federal agents stormed an apartment building. Black Hawk helicopters, flashbangs, military-style trucks, all used in the raid. Now, witnesses say everyone was detained, no matter their status. Children were zip-tied together, separated from their parents. And the feds say that they arrested dozens of gangs.
I'm weak. Shout out to Jay. He said, listen to the governor, Dems. I mean, no, for real. Like, to be quiet on, I have to play the
whining. Your kids are soft.
You're soft.
Gang members. Also in the city, Charlie Kirk's group was given a front row seat to a raid inside a Walmart.
Amazing. Secretary Noem was here. They rolled up a couple of guys, and it's rowdy. I mean, there's a lot of people around. Everyone's filming.
Kids in zip ties.
Secretary of Homeland Security is right now doing raids.
I mean, hold on. Kids in zip ties, you acting like we don't do that already with American children. If they if they act crazy enough, they'll get put in handcuffs, tight ass handcuffs. I've been put in tight ass handcuffs as a kid. I mean, shoot, where was CNN? Where was y'all when I was getting put in handcuffs as a kid? Like, wait, what are they supposed to put them in if they're breaking the law? Actually, well, what did you want?
At Walmart.
So as forewarned, I mean, we have a situation in which American cities are at the center of this ICE crackdown, and there's indiscriminate use of force against Americans.
I'm sorry, but the shock. All right, I'm gonna get serious about this again, but the look on their faces is killing me right now. Like, do you see this look? Like, they look so concerned as if they did not see this coming.
Use of force against Americans, non-Americans, people here legally, people here illegally. And on the right, nobody seems to care. In fact, they love it.
I saw a video from...
Because we voted for it. What did you think was going to happen? We told you, if you guys let this immigration system get bad enough, it's going to get real grimy how we got to solve it. And here we are. I told you guys, and you didn't want to listen. The more you let in, the more we got to rush out. And the tactics that we're going to use to rush them out is going to be legal, but you ain't going to like it. You're not. So, yes, we got to sit in there and raid. And even if we did have to put kids in zip ties, well, guess what? They're here legally and they got to go. Or, well, don't worry. If they're American citizens and their parents are illegal, don't worry. They'll be released in about 3 days. It is what it is. But remember, the Dems set this up. So y'all might want to have to just go ahead and sit back and, as my man Arnold Schwarzenegger said.
Stop whining. Your kids are soft.
A local station in Chicago, and residents of a community there were describing an ICE raid and like what they saw. Two things struck me. One, they were talking about things that happened to them. They were talking about how they were treated in this ICE raid. These are the people that, I guess, by virtue of being born here in America, are entitled to being treated like human beings. The second thing is that they were all Black. And I'm going to say something. We saw this coming. We knew the neighborhoods where these ICE raids would take place. We knew that a lot of.
So you knew there were neighborhoods where there's a whole bunch of black illegal immigrants going to. I mean, bro, I don't care. Like, if you think you're gonna, S.E.T, but they're black. I mean, were they here legally? No. Okay, I don't care then. I don't. I'm sorry, I really don't. Like, you gotta take the pity party somewhere else. You could take it over there to the neighbors, but I ain't holding it for you.
These things wouldn't happen in Beverly Hills or in Coconut Grove or any of those places like that. We knew that there would be collateral damage, that there would be
Coconut Grove. So what? You know, there's a place where there's a whole bunch of illegal Caribbean black people there. Like, come on now, bro. Like I said, I can't feel bad for them if they're illegal, and I don't care if they came from Haiti. I don't even care if they came from my parents' home country, Guyana. Send their ass back.
Trauma that would be inflicted on our
They're here
communities.
illegally.
We knew that people would be detained, scared. We knew that children would have to see things that they shouldn't have to see. And all of this for political theater so that we look tough on immigration for everyone. It's a horror show. And I do think,
I mean, let's be real. We are tough on immigration. This ain't looking. We are tough on immigration. That's just the reality of it. You know, maybe these other countries peep how we come in or peep what we're doing and how we are standing on business about this. Then, hey, maybe it will deter some of these guys from coming over here.
If it hasn't already happened, that it'll be something that even the most conservative of Americans will get tired of seeing human beings treated this way. At least that's my hope.
No, sorry, my brother. I wish I could sit there and agree with you, but I can't. I'm gonna sit there and say, well, we voted for this. We understand that there are children that are here illegally, and they will probably be handcuffed too, but it is what it is. I'm sorry, but if you're not sitting here talking about American children being deported, man, I can't really say anything. I'm not sorry, but you can't really pull on my heartstrings with that. You're giving a bleeding heart argument. And the problem is, if these kids are illegal, then it's invalid. But if they are legal, then let's be real. They're only going to be detained for about 2 to 3 days. Then they'll be right back out. And then here's the problem. If their parents are illegal, the parents might decide to take them. And guess what? You guys are still going to call that, we're deporting U.S. citizens, even though their parents took them. So we lose both ways. So we might as well do it however we want, since y'all going to frame it to be the most, vile thing you've ever seen.
The one neighbor said the kids were crying. They looked very distraught. I was out there crying when I seen the little girl come around the corner because they were bringing kids down too, had them zip tied to each other. Saying that there were trucks, military-style vans used to separate adults from kids. What's going on?
I haven't seen any of this, so I certainly am not aware of particular neighborhoods that are targeted. Obviously, I support them finding and arresting people who are here illegally. And in the community they're in, again, I can't justify. I haven't seen which communities that they're targeting.
Well, one detail that's been left out is that they were targeting Tren de Aragua. And so Tren de Aragua is a violent transnational gang.
That was led into, a whole lot of Venezuelans were let in, and guess who got paid for it? $800,000 went to our guy, Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, who let these guys in. And let's be honest, Chicago already got a gang problem. To add the Venezuelan gang on top of that is wild.
They send illegal immigrants here to the United States. They traffic drugs, they traffic people, they commit violence. They inflict misery everywhere they go. And 37 people were arrested. That was the purpose of the raid, the targeting of Tren de Aragua, some of the most violent people in our hemisphere. And when they come here, nothing good happens. That was
okay. So if it was targeting, I don't think anybody has a problem with targeting. Right. When you clear out an apartment building and you zip tie children and you arrest and detain everyone. Scott, hold on.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
You and me, we're talking here. Okay. If they arrest children, they arrest everyone, citizens and non-citizens, for hours, detain them, deprive them of their liberty for no matter how long.
Whoa. They're not being deprived of their liberty. You can be detained for up to 72 hours. And if there's a charge not brought against you, you must be released. So let's not play that game here. Yes, you're going to be detained if you're caught up in a nice operation or if you're seen trying to stop a nice operation. For all you know, and I'm going to be real with you, this is going to be a heartbreaking story, I might tell you, or a scenario, not really a story. It's a scenario of, let's say this, kids sleeping And, you know, and this is going to sound messed up, but, you know, ICE is going to knock on the door, right? And when ICE knocks on the door, everybody in the house is like, as they should be. ICE comes in, they run in the door, and, you know, everybody's going to try to skedaddle. But no, ICE catches everybody. Everybody gets locked up. And the kids has to see his parents, his mom, his dad get locked up. Most kids is not going to take that one sitting down. They're going to try to run towards the officers. The officer's not going to want to attack the kid. And the kid's going to end up getting zip tied and taken into custody. And that's just how it's going to go. Sad, but I mean, that's just the reality of how it's most likely working out.
Fine with that.
They didn't arrest children, but
I didn't say they arrested them. They put them in zip ties. But if that makes a difference to you, go ahead.
here's what makes a difference to me. If the federal government knows that there is a nest of Tren de Aragua in a city like Chicago, they have a responsibility. They have an obligation to go get them. It is unfortunate, to answer your question, that there are children put in harm's way by these violent gangs.
It is.
But that is going to be the reality.
Or is it unfortunate, or is it a violation of their rights?
No, it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. If we got to go in there and clear out a whole apartment, apparently there was all types of illegals in there, and we had to clear out everybody, even the children. Even the children had to go. So like the scenario I gave you where these guys come in and they're pretty much just grabbing everybody, and the kid got to see his mama get wrapped up, and the kid's going to most likely rush towards the officers like any good kid would. They're going to get zip tied, and that's just what it is. I know it's a tough situation, but this is what happened when you let immigration get out of hand. Remember, I mean, if you didn't want to hear these sad stories, then, I mean, don't create them.
Is the question. Because, I mean, in this country, we have rights against searches and
you're
illegal
suggesting
searches
these children should be effectively human shields for Tren de Aragua. And I don't agree with
What I'm
that.
asking, hold on, I want to make it clear. I don't like, I know that Tren de Aragua and gangs and whatever, it's a catch-all to treat people however you want, to go in there and shred the Constitution or whatever else it is.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet on Rumble. Yes, guys, you can also send a super chat in on Rumble. It's a lot cheaper and you get a lot more for your money. But shout out to my man Jet on Rumble. He says, how come they don't care about any of the kids that go to live near that Portland City ICE facility and got to deal with the Transquifa riots as well? I mean, hey, that is true. They don't care about any of the kids that go live near that Portland ICE facility at all. At all. But it is what it is, guys. Like I said, I mean, these guys want to pick and choose when to be outraged. And you know what? I could honestly see where the sad story lies, but y'all created the sad story. Y'all let these people in. You let them get comfortable and think that they can be here illegally. F the immigration laws. They're bold enough to have a kid here, and now the kid's an American citizen. And we're debating that one in the Supreme Court. So now we don't even know if that kid's going to remain an American citizen now because of the problems that y'all created. If you didn't go buck wild on immigration and just let these guys flood the border, we wouldn't be here, guys. I hope y'all understand that.
That you want to do. What I'm asking you is this. Do you think that children should have been zip tied and pulled out of an apartment complex and traumatized like that? Yes or no?
I don't think children should be put in harm's way by transnational gangs.
Just answer the question. Yes or no? Do you think that children?
If he asked me that question, I'd have had it been cut with him. I'd be like, in this situation, yes. Like, damn. I know what y'all thinking. Like, damn, Seth, really? Well, yeah, I'm being quite honest. If these kids are here illegally, they're out here kicking it out here at Tren de Aragua innocently, I doubt they're doing anything wrong. But most likely these kids are, one, going to get in the way of the arrest. Two, if we confirm that these are their parents, what are we going to do? Take the parents, leave the kid in the house all by himself? And then the thing is, like I said, we don't know these kids' ages, if they were attacking or not. We don't really know anything. And we don't even know if these kids are legal. I'm going to go look it up. I'm going to look more into this. But all we know is that, hey, a bunch of kids got put in zip ties and people are upset and crying their eyes out over it.
Except the premise of your question.
I'm asking
the government's not putting children in harm's way. Tren de Aragua.
Real calm now. Real calm. Like
they're the ones.
No, he's actually got a good point. He's like, bro, Tren de Aragua put him in this position to be abused like this, to be quite honest, to be zip tied like this. He also, and guess who also did it? Oh, by third party, the American government under Biden.
Gentlemen and gentlemen, we have a responsibility for the way we treat people with the power that we have here in America. And we have a standard that we should treat human life with. And I'm asking you very clearly, concisely, should children be treated that way? Does Scott Jennings like that?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I have to look bro dead in the eyes and be like, if these kids are here illegally, or both their parents were in there illegally, then yes, I do like that. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. It is what it is. And shout out to Misfit Supervisor. Those parents put those kids in harm's way. And actually, you know what the thing is? Whoa. We don't even know if those kids are being trafficked. Like, we don't even know what was really going on with those kids. We don't even know if those are actually the parents, trafficking victims, whatever. We don't know. So let's wait for all the facts to come out, because I think we might be jumping to conclusions here. But yeah, shout out to Misfit Supervisor and shout out to Tove. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, what about the 300,000 kids that went missing for 4 years? They have found many when Biden said it was impossible, which is true. I think we found at least like 30,000 of these young kids by now. Thank God we have. And thing is, busting into that house, we might have found more for all you know. So we really don't know what the status of these kids are, why they were in there. We don't know if there was a parent or trafficking victims, God forbid trafficking victims. I'd rather them be, kids that were just there with their illegal parents. I'd rather that scenario.
I don't accept the premise of your question.
All right, cool.
I don't believe that the premise of your question is accurate.
Yeah.
I would ask you back.
And it's a bit disingenuous, but I would answer it coldly just to shut them up.
Should children be allowed to live in an apartment building with Trinde Aragua? Should the entire community of Chicago have to live with Trinde Aragua because they hide behind these children?
But here's the thing.
That's my question.
I think the answer to that is clear. No, they should not be put in harm's way. But the difference is in this.
Okay, so because they were, this has to happen to them. It is what it is.
The situation is, I don't want to be Trinde Aragua. I don't want my law enforcement to act like Trinde Aragua. That is.
Bro, what? Sweetheart, that doesn't make sense. Trinde Agua don't lock up immigrants and send them back home. Trinde Agua bring in illegal immigrants and help them station up here and commit crime. What are you talking about?
So what do you want to do? You don't want to leave it? Do you just want to leave it and say, well, they have kids in there, let's just move on?
No, but can't law enforcement figure out a way? I don't think this is the first time.
I mean, ma'am.
You stupid. Children have been in an environment where dangerous people have been around them. And I'm most certain that in most of those circumstances, those children aren't zip tied and carried out like animals. What I am wondering is, okay, let's put this fact pattern on any other placement. Let's put it on a school, right? What if there was a gang member in a school?
I mean, to be quite honest, I'd rather be in zip ties than metal handcuffs. I mean, don't those hurt even more, especially if they're tight and they can dig into your skin? I don't know. Zip ties, I ain't gonna lie, don't seem as bad as handcuffs. And they're pretty damn secure.
And by this calculation, it would seem like the children in the school, in order to get that one gang member or two gang members, would get.
It's not one gang member. It's 37
well,
people in an apartment
there's
building.
It's a large apartment building. That's part of the fact pattern here. I mean, here's another one from.
And it's tough because they got to make my man Scott look like the cold bastard in the room, and it ain't fair because somebody got to stand on business. Like, y'all want to sit here and get mad at kids getting in zip ties, but we're like, bro, what about this Trinde Agua gang? And then let's be real, even if it was black people, they were most likely here illegally. And if they put their kids in that danger, then it is what it is. Like I said, you can't make us feel bad about this, one, because we voted for it, and we do understand that they're carrying out immigration law. And they do need to get up out of here. Like, let's be quite honest. It has gotten out of hand. And y'all and the Dems let it get out of hand. So they would be the ones crying about how it's getting fixed, which is crazy to me.
From our reporting, tenants.
Bro, it's like it's like your kid breaking a vase, and then while you're like vacuuming or sweeping it up, they're over here crying about you sweeping it up. Like, could you imagine?
That it appears everyone in the building was detained.
Oh, and shout out Misfit Supervisor, member for 4 months. Appreciate the support, sis. Man, my bad. Whoops. All right, that was 2 mess ups. My bad. But shout out to Misfit Supervisor. She says, stupid people hurt my brain. I mean, mine's too, sis. Mine's too.
By federal officers, including U.S. citizens. It was scary, said one, because
Okay, there it is. 37 people arrested. American kids separated from their parents after ICE raid at Chicago apartments, a.k.a. illegal parents who were here, who had a kid here, who just so happened now is an American. So Can't do nothing about that. Separated from their parents after ICE raid at Chicago apartment. Tenants said it appears everyone in the building was detained by federal officers, including U.S. citizens. And like I said, if they're impeding, and I mean, let's be honest, let's say they're dragging out your favorite neighbor, and that's an illegal. You're going like, what are you doing? And you go after the ICE. Well, guess what? Boom, you're getting locked up too, just like that. I mean, like I said, I could only imagine what the scenario was to where they got to clear out the entire apartment, especially if you got to go in there and get 37 people. Yeah, I can see people getting out of hand, especially in Chicago.
I had never had a gun in my face. That person lives in the building. They asked my name and my date of birth and asked me, did I have any warrants? I told them, no, I didn't. Fisher, this person says, she was handcuffed anyway before being released around 3 a.m. and was told anyone with outstanding warrants, even if it was unrelated to immigration, would not be released. So
Yeah, I know that's HSI. I know that's HSI pretty much telling them that Homeland Security investigation, they can do that. I know ICE rolls, it's not just ICE that's rolling with them. It's ICE and HSI, Homeland Security investigation. They can do that to you. I know. So it's like a 2-for-1 special. It's like you got ICE handling immigration, then you got HSI or possibly local law enforcement handling any warrants that could be in the area as well. So they're trying to clean up warrants and clean up immigration at the same time. Clean up crime and immigration. I'm okay with that.
Like people live in apartment buildings all over this country.
And in Chicago, so I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of people just running around low-key with warrants. I mean, probably got like 4 or 5 different warrants in different parts of Illinois.
So I promise
Is that where we're?
Hold on, wait a second.
Should I just go to an apartment building and hide?
Wait. I'm talking about the way that citizen of this country was treated. By the way, I just want to be clear. I think that everybody that's created in the image of God should be treated with respect. And I thought that part of the American ideal was that, but that's gone. I promise y'all will still be invited to Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, hold on. I'm not liking with this new position that the Dems are taking. They're literally trying to use the Christian nature of Republicans against them. Like, oh, well, bro. There was literally somebody trying to say that the immigration laws that the United States holds against the Bible. I was like, do y'all remember the whole separation of church and state thing? Yeah, we kind of know that. That's why we don't fully rule by the Bible. You know that, right? I mean, we can do what's best for the country while separating ourselves from our religion. Like, you guys are stupid if you don't understand that. And then they're really trying to use, oh, well, you guys are running away from your Christian teachings the way you're treating these people. No, we're upholding immigration laws. And you guys want to bring up Christian values? I mean, what type of gaslighting bro? I'm not really trying to hear it from the guys that want to shit talk about Christians all day long. Like, really, guys? That's wild to say.
If you say that it is wrong that children were zip tied and that American people, American citizens were detained without any warrant or suspicion.
Briefly detained? In an effort to get 37 members.
So tell me.
What you're suggesting is that no enforcement can take place.
Would you be okay being detained so that the gang members, would you be okay with your rights being violated and you be held?
Yeah, if I'm being detained, let's just say this. Let's say ICE comes on my entire block and there's just a whole bunch of illegals here. And they're just like, all right, bro, I ain't gonna lie, you gotta be detained. We gotta make sure everything's all good in your area. And let's just say I was just walking out about and they say, you know what, just stick right here, just stick in the corner for me. We're just gonna detain you. All right, cool. Like, and now if they take me in and hold me to 73, well, I would say 4 days, then I'm gonna be mad. 3 days, it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, what you mean? People's been detained all the time during crime scenes, especially if they think you're a witness, if they think you're a cooperator, and they have right to do so because you're in an apartment building full of illegals and we're wondering, well, do you have any hand in this? You know what? Lock them up or detain them. We'll ask some questions later. Detain everybody in here and we'll ask some questions because a whole bunch of illegals in here and gang members. So detain everybody. All right. I can see why they had that mindset.
Until 3 a.m. with your family member not knowing why. Is that okay? Because that's not okay with me.
Everybody here seems to believe that if you're Trinidad Aragua, you can go hide in an apartment building, and because there are other people there, you just get to be left alone. That is not a reasonable enforcement position.
There's another option here, and it's actually an option that's utilized by law enforcement every single day in this country. When they are looking for violent people, they go look for those violent people. They do not subject the people around those violent people who have nothing to do with them.
No. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, ma'am. Because like I said, you never know. Are you a cooperator? Are you one of the suspects? Could you be hiding and embedding? Because there's a whole lot of illegals and gang members in here. And it's kind of weird how you're just a U.S. citizen chilling in the mix. So, yeah, we're going to have to bring you in for a little bit and ask you some questions, some tough ones. All right, let's get back to it.
With arrest, with guns in their faces, with being searched, with being zip tied and handcuffed and detained every day in America. Law enforcement does their jobs and they don't do it like this. So why is suddenly
every day in America?
Actually, they do. If the law enforcement was, guys, let's just say this: if the SWAT team comes into your homie's house and your homie just happens to be carrying, like, I don't know, like 20 bricks in his closet, you can't just sit there and be like, "Oh man, look, you're detaining me for what? What did I do, bro? You're at a crime scene. The whole building is now a crime scene. The whole house is now a crime scene. So whoever's in it can be detained at this point."
You're not necessarily dealing with the most violent people in the hemisphere.
Yes,
we're not.
So
who is living in this.
Scott, there are violent people who are right here in this country, American citizens. They are in gangs. They were born here. Their parents were born here. Their grandparents were born here.
Believe me, we know.
Those people are dealt with by law enforcement every day. Again, it's a real basic question.
Yeah, I know. We kick in their doors. We kick in the trap house, and we lock everybody up in there. Even the guy who just kicking it with his homie. Yeah, I know. We do it all the fucking time.
If you lived in an apartment building and there happened to be somebody who was guilty of a terrible crime in that building, and law enforcement barged in, guns blazing, and put every single person in that apartment building under arrest, you would be fine with that, including you and your family.
Not everybody is under arrest. They arrested 30.
Bro, they've done that so many times where a whole apartment building was getting caught for trafficking, drugs, people, and everybody in that apartment building got detained. Like, it's happened in cities all the time. So it's kind of funny how they're picking out this situation, acting outraged about it. But I'm like, yo, people, when a whole area is a crime scene, who's ever in that area, low-key gets detained and questioned right there and then. And if it's under suspicion that they might have committed a crime, or they might have a warrant, or they might be embedding, they're going to get detained. It's just off the suspicion of it. And like I said, if you're ICE going in here, your mission is to, one, get people with warrants and illegals. And for some reason, there's a whole lot of illegals and gang members in here. Yeah, my thought would be, yeah, we just got to take in everybody, detain them, question them. We'll release them later if they're U.S. citizens. But we got to wonder what's going on here. Like, we got to figure it out.
People. They arrested 37.
This person,
you said everybody.
This person,
It's
person was sleeping in their bed, and they were detained. They were put in handcuffs and detained.
Neither you nor I was there.
Oh, God. That is hilarious.
I know this. Now, 37.
Woke up out the bed and just said, all right, young man, come on. Come on. You're going to bed. It's over. I doubt that. I think there's definitely more to the story than that. I think he woke up out of his bed, walked out, probably seen his parents getting detained or arrested, and just probably rushed at him, and boom, there you go. Now he's detained and he's being questioned. Like I said, we really don't know the full story. We don't know, and nobody was in here in the chat was there. And if you were, shoot, let me know. Give me proof.
Your family,
violent
Scott,
people are now off the street.
Scott, you and your family, you are in an apartment building. You and your family, you would be fine with your liberty being held up, your kids, your wife, your children.
Yes, because it's happened to me before. Like, when you're in I've learned myself that when you're in a crime scene, yeah, you could be held there off suspicion alone. Like, yes, welcome to the United States. Welcome to how the cops do it. Welcome to the law, man, because apparently y'all missed something. Y'all missing something in this argument. And it just, honestly, that's how the cops do things. I think a cop would agree with me on, yeah, if you're a suspect, we turn this whole building into a crime scene, we kind of got to take all y'all in, especially under the suspicion of, hold on, there's illegals and gang members in here all throughout the building. And then we don't know if the U.S. citizens in here have warrants. We don't know if they're embedding. Yeah, everybody got to get questioned. It's reasonable.
Children. being detained for any amount of time because somebody in that building was a criminal, you'd be fine with that?
You are vastly oversimplifying what's happening here.
There
There
are
are scores of
we have
illegal
to-
immigrants
I
in
think
the building.
sometimes we have to simplify things so that we actually
many of them are
understand
violent.
what we're talking about. Because I do think that this is a problem now for the rest of the country. People are going about their lives and they are not responsible for the crimes of other people. And yet in this world in which ICE is operating like this, they are being detained for other people's crimes. Willingness to accept a whole lot of collateral violation of rights.
Well, detained doesn't really mean arrested. It means you're just being held. You're not arrested. No charges been against you, but we can detain you for up to 72 hours to find out stuff. So, well, they can detain you. They can detain you for up to 72 hours without no charges, and then you'll be released.
Of anybody, whether you're American citizens or not, because there are many rights in this country that are in the Constitution that don't, it doesn't matter if you're a citizen or not, you're still entitled to them.
Yeah, you're right. But y'all be forgetting about the whole expedited deportation or expedited removal. And then y'all forget that's actually part of, due process. Y'all don't like that, but it is what it is. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video with CBS Morning with JD Vance on there. Pretty much going over the government shutdown.
Government shutdown that started at midnight. The two sides on the Capitol are sharply divided over spending priorities, and we've got just a person to talk about it. We're joined now by Vice President J.D. Vance from the Vice President's Mansion. Mr. Vice President, thank you very much for joining us this morning. I know it's a busy day. I want to start with what's happening now, knowing that we're going to talk about how we got here and how we got out of it. But right now, the president's been talking about the possibility of mass layoffs. Is that an expansion or a continuation of what's already happening, or should Americans be bracing for something new?
Couchman is funny.
Well, good morning, Tony. Thanks for having me. I mean, first of all, why are we in this position? We're in this position because Senate Democrats decided that they were going to shut down the government, despite the fact that the House voted to keep the government open. And I have to be honest, Tony, it's actually not all Senate Democrats. To their great credit, a number of moderate Democrats voted with Republicans to keep the government open last night. Unfortunately, it was one faction of one branch of government, the far left faction of the Senate Democrats, who decided to shut down the people's government. And to your point about what's going to happen now, there are critical, essential services that the people rely on that are going to suffer because of this. There are people who benefit from low-income food programs, families like mine who benefited from those programs, who are going to see those programs disappear. There are people, of course, who are flying today, should know that if their flight is delayed, I hope it's not, but it may have something to do with the fact that our TSA agents and our air traffic controllers are no longer getting paid. Our military is no longer getting paid. There are critical services that the Democrats have taken hostage because they have a policy disagreement that they are open to work with us on, but they shouldn't be shutting the government down because of that policy disagreement. Now, you asked about mass layoffs. We don't want to lay anybody off, but what we do want to do is make sure that as much of the essential services, we don't want to lay anybody.
You know what the crazy thing is? I don't think the senators, well, honestly, these politicians would have done it, really the Dems would have done it if it kind of got in the way of their pay. Like, somehow the government shutting down got in the way of their donor money or their lobbyist money or got in the way of their salaries. I think they'd be a little bit more hesitant to shut it down. But since it's under mandatory spending, I mean, they don't care. I mean, they say they care about the military, but you're cutting off their pay. You say you care about federal workers, you're cutting off their pay. You say you care about law enforcement ever since January 6th, but I mean, we see how that worked out. But once again, you cut off their pay.
Off. But what we do want to do is make sure that as much of the essential services of government remain functional as possible. We were sort of dealt this hand by that faction of Senate Democrats who shut down the government. We're going to have to deal with it. We're going to have to make sure that as much of the people's government remains open or functional as possible. Yeah. That's what we're going to do. But there's going to be some pain, and there's necessarily going to be some pain because Senate Democrats refuse to reopen the government. We hope that they'll change their minds in the days to come.
So, Mr. Vice President, let's talk about how we get out of this by going right to that policy difference. It's about subsidies supporting the Affordable Care Act. Democrats want to extend those subsidies. Republicans don't. If those subsidies are not extended, people will see spikes in their health care costs. Some people will opt not to have insurance as a result. What do you want to have happen around those subsidies? Do you support extending them as a general matter?
So two very important points. First of all, those subsidies, while many of them are important, Tony, they don't expire until next year. So the idea that you have to shut down the government in early October.
Whoa. I mean, well, in a way, I guess. I mean, they expire on December 31st. So yes, the Obamacare subsidies that the Dems are complaining about, honestly, we could have waited to the next CR bill to have that debate, but now they're bringing it up now and they're acting like it's going to end in 2 weeks. But it wasn't. It was going to end December 31st. And you can look that up. And 9 times out of 10, the Republicans were going to vote yes on it. But bringing it up now while also bringing up, and this is honestly this is a BS excuse, because don't pay attention to the whole healthcare subsidies, because that's a complete lie. What you really want to focus in on, what they really want, is that $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending. That's what they really want. The healthcare subsidies, honestly, just a distraction, because let's be real, they could have waited to the next CR bill to have that debate. And then they could have shut down the government then over it. But let's be real, the Republicans were going to vote yes on it, and that was going to be that.
Over subsidies that don't expire for many months is preposterous. Nobody buys it, not even many Senate Democrats who, of course, voted with us last night to reopen the government. The second point I want to make is if you look at the Democrats' initial demands, the reason why this process really...
Yeah, 1.5 trillion, right? Did I say 1.5 billion or trillion? Hopefully I said trillion, because that's exactly what they want in Medicaid spending. And let's be honest, they said they tried to negotiate with Donald Trump, but let's be real. That's not negotiating. Donald Trump already cut 930 million. My bad. 930 billion from Medicaid. All right. So you guys coming in talking about, not only do we want you to bring back that 930 billion, but we want you to add about 70 billion more. Yeah. I mean, what did you think was going to happen? Why do I keep saying million? My bad.
Fell off the ramps from the very beginning. They came to us saying that they wanted to give massive amount of taxpayer benefits to illegal aliens. That's ridiculous. And you're certainly not going to shut down the government because we refuse to give taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens. But that is the situation that we now find ourselves in. Now, if Senate...
And let's be real, yes, the healthcare funding that they want and the revisions that they want back on would pretty much allow illegals to take advantage of the Medicaid system or get Medicaid funded health care, which they don't need to be on Medicaid for. They just need to walk into a hospital. The hospital needs to see that, oh, you're an illegal. That means you don't got Medicaid or Medicare, and most likely you are low income. So look, we'll help you out. We'll do what we have to, and then we'll just go ahead and charge it to the government, which would be Medicaid.
Democrats or House Democrats or anybody else wants to come to the Oval Office, look, I'll go down to the Capitol right now to talk about how to enhance subsidy support for people's health care. We want to have that conversation. And frankly, there's a lot of common area of agreement on that. What you don't do is hold the economy hostage and shut down the government because we're not giving you everything that you want. You go back to Barack Obama, you go back to George W. Bush, everybody agreed you don't shut down the government over policy disagreements. Unfortunately, Senate Democrats don't think that way today.
Mr. Vice President, both parties have shut down the government before because of policy disagreements. Now, they often don't get what they want, but I have two quick follow-ups. The first there on the Affordable Care Act subsidies, people do need to make decisions now. The renewal notices go out on November 1st, so now's the time to think about whether you can afford health care going forward. Two, on this notion that Democrats want to give a bunch of taxpayer dollars to illegal aliens, is that a reference to healthcare? Because when I look at it, illegal aliens are not currently eligible for the Affordable Care Act as is. So what are you referring to there?
Yeah, so I appreciate the opportunity to explain that, Tony. There's a lot of crosstalk here. So here's what I mean. If you go back to the Biden era, they did two separate things. First of all, they encouraged illegal aliens and funded illegal aliens to go to American hospitals for healthcare. That was number one.
Yep.
Number two, they gave a massive, what's called parole. They effectively waved an amnesty wand and gave healthcare benefits to millions of illegal.
Actually, there are actually clinics and there are actually clinics set up to help you out, no matter your immigration status, because they know they'll just charge it to the government.
Illegal aliens who are in the country without documentation, without proper authorization. We undid both of those Biden era programs to cut off that healthcare funding to illegal aliens. The Democrats want to reinstitute those policies, and they're saying that unless you reinstitute those policies that give benefits to illegal aliens, we want to shut down the government. We, of course, think that's preposterous. And I think, frankly, some Senate Democrats obviously agree with us on that point. Now, you also asked about, in the past, of course, people have shut down the government. But what we've learned through
Mr. Vice
many
President.
cycles of government shutdowns is they never work. They cause a lot of damage. We should take that wisdom, open up the government, and then talk about how to ensure that people have access to health care. We want that, Tony. We want people to have access to health care. We just don't want to shut down the government as part of a hostage-taking tactic, which is
tough.
what we've done because of the Senate Democrats and the situation they put us in.
So, Mr. Vice President, what is your advice then for people right now, more than 20 million Americans who rely on subsidies to afford health insurance?
Well, my advice to them is that they should call their congressman, they should call their senator, and first of all, encourage them to reopen the government. And second of all, make their voices heard because we want them to have access to health care as much as anybody. You mentioned that a lot of those notices will go out on November 1st. We've been working with insurance companies to ensure that we have the time necessary to get the right reforms in place so that people's health care premiums don't skyrocket. Of course, we inherited this really bad health care system from the last days of the Biden administration. We want to fix it. We just don't want to shut down the government while we're fixing it. Why can't we open up the government, fix the healthcare problem, and actually work together for a change? You don't take the economy hostage because you want a particular healthcare policy, especially when the White House is offering to work with Senate Democrats to fix that policy. So let's fix it. Let's reopen the government.
And here's the thing, though. I mean, Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, they pretty much lied. They said they tried to negotiate, but there was really no negotiation. There was just, we want our 1.5 trillion. If you don't give it to us, we won't pass the CR. And for those who want to use the lame excuse of, the Republicans hold the House and the Senate and all that good stuff. And I'm just like, yeah, but we don't have complete control. Like, no, we have majority rule. Change your wording. We have majority rule, but we do not have complete control of the Senate or the House. It's not a one-party system. Y'all know that. And even the Dems know that. Or else, what would be the point of negotiating with Trump if we didn't need the Dems? Think about that. Why would we even need to talk to the Dems if they didn't have to put their vote on this? Think about that. Like, really think about the logic of what you're saying, what the Dems are feeding you. If that was the case, you should ask your Democrat, like, hold on, if you're telling us that they control all this, then, like, why do they even need to talk to you guys? Like, why did Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer even go to negotiate with Trump if they don't even need them? Like, what sense does that make?
Do something for the American people and not take the economy hostage by shutting down the government. We're already in this, but each day that we keep going, it's just going to get worse. So let's stop it.
All right, Mr. Vice President, I appreciate your time this morning. There's other issues we did want to get.
And then they want to lie about, insurance premiums are going to double in 2 weeks. I heard Schumer say that lie. And I'm just like, hold on. If the Obamacare subsidies don't run out until the 31st of December, how's that going to run out in 2 weeks? I mean, like, we're in October. Maybe somebody should have told him that. Like, we're an October guy, right? We're like a solid 2 months off still. But, I mean, hey, it is what it is with these guys. All right, guys, let's go to a Democratic senator that used to regularly work with the Trump administration, pretty much saying there's radio silence. So, shout out to CNN. Let's head over to the left side of media. Let's see what he got to say.
Joining me now to talk about it is Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, who maybe right now is wondering why he accepted my invitation. Senator Coons, thank you for being here. You said on the eve of the shutdown, quote, I'm usually one of the first to walk across the aisle and say, let's find a solution. Let's find a way out of it. How come not this time?
Well, Michael, thank you. Thanks for a chance to be on. And thank you for that thorough review of the history of partisanship and bipartisanship in recent years. I'm just going to start by reminding you that as recently as
And shout out to Misfit Supervisor. She says they are professional liars and drifters, and that is facts. I'll give you that one. Because it's really crazy to sit there and tell the American people, well, your insurance premium are going to double in 2 weeks. Give it next month. No. If we don't pass those Obama subsidies that expire in December 31st, then you guys can talk about that. Then you can fearmonger on that. But until then, y'all are lying. You're pretty much lying to the American people.
And 3 years ago, we had a president who was signing into law the most significant bipartisan pieces of legislation in decades. So it's not as if bipartisan deal makers.
Oh, yeah, that is also true. Shout out my man Big Wave Dave. Glad to see you back, my brother. He says AOC wants trillions back to go to other countries. Yeah, they do also want to, I would say green light the funding to their favorite NGOs in other countries that don't really do anything but just collect money with no results at all. But, they collect money and most likely, allegedly, just cycle it back to their favorite politician. So shout out to money laundering.
And the possibilities of bipartisanship have disappeared. But this most recent election has put in place a president and a majority.
And, I'm not going to pretty much all blame it on Dems. I'm pretty sure people on the right do it as well.
Who are utterly uninterested in it. I regularly interacted with President Trump and his White House in his first term. We haven't spoken once since the inauguration. I used to hear from his legislative affairs office, from different cabinet members in his first term. Not once in this administration. And the point you just made, that the most important focus of the Trump legislative initiative this Congress was the so-called big beautiful bill, and it passed without a single Democrat, is right. And what was the most important thing that bill did? It cut taxes for billionaires and profitable companies, the most profitable companies, and it ended access to health care for millions of Americans, which is starting to take effect at the end of this year and then 2 years later. Why pick a fight over healthcare right now? Because the costs are finally hitting home for millions of Americans. Here in Delaware, our insurance commissioner has made it clear that the Affordable Care Act exchange,
which is BS, because I proved it last night on stream that, you guys are talking about, there's only 70.5 million people in America that's on Medicaid. And we was able to help 71 million people on Medicaid in 2019 with only $615 billion. So if we were able to handle more people with less money, can you please explain to me why the hell we need more money, like 1.5 trillion? Please explain to me why we need that type of spending.
The Obamacare exchange, those rates are going up 30%. And as you said earlier, if you push the healthy folks who can still afford to be a part of that health insurance pool out of coverage, it ends the Affordable Care Act. Trump's first term.
But they're not debating about the Obamacare subsidies. That's not the debate. Y'all want to bring that up, but like I said, that doesn't end until the end of December. So y'all can't bring that up when it's so far out. We're talking about the funding now. We're talking about this 1.5 trillion that you guys want to add on to Medicaid and continue funding of PBS and NPR. That's what we're talking about. And y'all don't want to talk about the obvious because y'all dead wrong. And be honest with you guys, you could have passed this bill. And if it was really about the Obamacare subsidies, you guys could have shut it down during the next CR bill. And over the Obamacare subsidies, and let's be real, I'd have probably been on y'all side over that one. I'd be like, okay, cool, yeah, squeeze them until they get those subsidies approved so insurance premium don't rise. I would be in agreement, but that's not the argument here. Actually, it's not the real argument that you guys are standing on. The real argument is that you want more funding to go into, reckless reckless endeavors.
Was largely about trying to repeal Obamacare. As I'm sure you remember, my friend John McCain ended that effort. Now they're trying to end access to affordable health care for millions through this method. What's the consequence? All of us will have more costly health insurance. All of us will face greater wait times in emergency rooms.
And I would push them on that one. I'd be like, okay, so when is this going to happen? I would push them because you know how every time somebody asks them, they want to bring up this, the healthcare premiums. Not one person is asking them, when is that going to happen? Because they'd have to be honest and say, not till December 31st. Then the follow-up question, then why are we talking about it now? Why are y'all trying to shut the government down now over a 2-month out problem? How does that make sense? The whole argument falls apart with just a little bit of pushback that Lord knows CNN ain't going to give them. So shout out to Big Wave Dave. He says, one day the government will stay out of our lives and stop making a free market. Stop making the free market worse. Government destroys everything they touch. Yeah, I'll give you that one. I mean, due to the reckless spending of the government and apparent money laundering or siphoning off of funds. But shout out to my man, Big Wave Dave. Obamacare started this issue. I mean, Trump did fix some things in Obamacare that made it a little bit more bearable. And these subsidies were cool. But the problem is, though, that's not the argument. And if somebody would just give this man just a little pushback, everybody would see. It would be so easily exposed that, oh, wait, hold on. This isn't about healthcare. This isn't about healthcare premiums. This is about you guys wanting more like funding into Medicaid for illegals.
And as of this week,
well, not just for illegals. I'm gonna be more real with you. 1.5 trillion in Medicaid over the next 10 years. I mean, that's covering more than just illegals. But like I said, let's go back to 2019. We was covering 71 million people plus with only $615 billion.
All of us are facing higher costs for prescription medications because of Trump's tariffs. I don't like a shutdown. I don't think this is good for our country. I don't think it's good for our military. I don't think it's good for compromise. But we have to see some movement towards reversing these cuts. I understand that compromise means we won't get all of them. But when the Senate Republican majority agreed with Mike Johnson, Speaker Johnson from the House, and stepped back from appropriations negotiations, I said, we've got to find a moment and leverage to get back to the table on reversing the disastrous cuts to NIH and the CDC, and working together to reverse these disastrous cuts to affordable health care for Americans.
Okay, quick reaction. I think the timeline doesn't support you insofar as you're a month off, meaning when open enrollment begins on November 1st, and now the rubber meets the road in the mailbox, people are going to wake up to what Senator Coons is saying. I don't think they're there yet, and I don't think you can keep the government shut down for an additional month. Second point is, if everything you're saying is accurate, and by the way, I believe in the accuracy of what you're saying, then Republicans will be due for a shellacking in the midterm election.
Yeah, we would be due for a shellacking if we weren't just going to vote for it anyway. You think we weren't going to vote on those Obamacare subsidies without having a backup plan? Like, let's be real. It wasn't the right time to bring up this argument. And I also did say this. I'm like, hold on. If that was true, then why didn't y'all just let it play out? No, go ahead. Vote on the CR bill. When everybody's health care insurance premiums go up, you could have said, oh, yeah, this is because of Trump's bad policy. Point it out, and y'all could have had some fuel for the midterms. But now y'all being blamed for the shutdown because Schumer and Akeem had some demands that the president really wasn't willing to listen to. So, and as a demanding party, it's their fault for shutting down the government. Because why? Well, Trump was a demanding party last time and he took blame. So we're going to go ahead and place the blame on the Dems since you guys are the demanding party who want more funding.
What's wrong with that being the way to handle this?
So wait.
And shout out to Kathy Hall. She says, cover the $20 billion Trump is giving to Argentina. That's the foreign country you're talking about next week to bail out the corrupt president. Yeah, the guy with the chainsaw economics. I know you're talking about, sis. Why is Trump not helping us? To be quite honest, I'll be real with you. That is, and I'm waiting for everything to play out because I do believe that there's going to be some type of trade deal or some type of rare earth mineral deal that Trump or Scott Besson kind of weaves in there. So I'm waiting for the full deal to come out. But right now, it does look like we are giving them about $20 billion in bailout to help subsidize their peso or to stabilize their peso.
Waiting until insurance rates are locked in and not changeable and negotiating in November and December and waiting until millions of Americans suffer the loss of health care, higher health care costs, longer wait times isn't what Democrats do because we want to fix the problem. On the floor of the Senate, talking to a group of Republicans and Democrats this week, one of them said, why are you guys trying to help us fix this problem if it's really such a big political win for you? And I said, because we don't want the American people to suffer. You're absolutely right, Michael. The right thing to do from a narrow partisan political sense is to just fold our arms and say, you wait and see. When healthcare costs go through the roof, people are going to be mad. When rural hospitals close, people are going to be mad and will benefit in the next election. But I don't want to wait until those hospitals close. I just met this week with the head of the Delaware Hospital Association. They're freaking out over the costs to healthcare for Delawareans. And I want us to have a focused conversation this week that will hopefully put us on a path towards negotiating a resolution.
Okay, I watched that video and I recommend others do it as well in your social media.
Oh.
I'm hoping the government reopens.
I definitely, my bad. Shout out Big Wave Dave. No, they want money to go to other places than our country. They want to shut down because they are children. Our money shouldn't be going overseas. It shouldn't. It shouldn't at all. But I mean, to be quite honest with you, it's crazy how they were crying about spending during the big beautiful bill. Oh, the spending. Then come up and act for 1.5 trillion in spending. I mean, these guys are hilarious. I'm not even gonna lie to you. They're really hard to take seriously. And shout out to Tove. She says, I was on welfare for years. It was a cycle of barely surviving. As soon as I got off it, things improved dramatically for us. It's a joke. I mean, facts. I mean, welfare was not meant to be a lifestyle. Let's be honest. And shout out to Tove. Appreciate the support. And of course, Kathy, I went ahead and looked into it a little bit more for you. Let's see here, because there's an immediate loan up front of about US 12 billion upon approval of the agreement, and immediate disbursement was authorized. So it does seem like it was already authorized already. So about, let's see here, 14 billion will be dispersed. Let's see here, relatively early, with the remaining 6 billion spaced out over the term. So I believe it's a 48-month term that these guys will be getting funded. And we're supposedly what? And what are we doing it for? Boosting Argentina's foreign exchange reserve. We're doing it to cover immediate debt and repayment obligations. And we're doing it for macroeconomic stabilization. And then we're also restoring market confidence and unlocking more financing. So, and this comes from, what was it? The International Monetary Fund. The package is meant to, let's see here, add additional funding and financing for multilateral, bilateral sources. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, that's pretty much it so far. Oh, and structural reforms and rebuilding institutions as well in there. So, I mean, yeah, it is damn near like we're adding a big jolt to their economy. But I'll see what we get out of it.
And these issues get negotiated, because come November, I think people are going to recognize the strength of what you're saying. Thank you for being back here. I wish we had more time, Senator Coons. Joining me now to talk about this is David Wasserman, the senior editor and elections analyst for the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter. He's recognized as one of the nation's top election forecasters. David, it occurs to me there's a new definition of moderate these days in Washington.
Yeah, that's right. Look, 15 years ago in the Senate, there were 17 states with senators of different parties, which meant that they kind of had to work together to get things done for their states. Today, there are only 2 states that have split Senate delegations, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. 15 years ago, there were 23 senators from parties that were opposite what the presidential candidate in their state won. And today, there are only 11 senators from parties.
All right, guys. Well, we are going to go ahead and move on from this video, but I do also want to make sure I cover how this benefits us. So 20 billion going to Argentina is supposed to give us influence in Latin America to counter China's foothold. So Argentina is a major country in Latin America. Supporting it gives the U.S. leverage and credibility and influence in, well, the region. Also, it promotes the promotion of a market-friendly economy in the atmosphere. So stabilizing their economy could pretty much promote a free economy or a market-friendly economy in the future, what we could possibly take advantage of. Stabilization and spillover control. A severe economic collapse in Argentina could create refuge flows, and pretty much is saying that, if we let their economy crash, it might that's what caused a lot of people to leave their country and, cause immigration problems, which I don't really think the Argentinian people would do, but you never know. Happened in Venezuela. I mean, it could happen in Argentina.
Is won by presidential candidates of the opposite states. And so we've had this surge in straight voting in just the last couple of cycles.
But all right, though, let's get over to the right side media. And so let's see what they got to say about it.
Let's bring in Republican New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Congressman, the government shutdown affects a lot of things. How do you think it will affect the governor's race here in your state?
It's going to hurt Democrats, and I'm going to tell you why. This is a different kind of shutdown. This is a Democrat shutdown. Everybody needs to understand through the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, Congress, we passed a little mini bill. It's called a CR, the continuing resolution. And this little budget bill gets you going for another 8 weeks so you can hash out all these issues, how much health care, what you're going to pay for, what you're going to do, et cetera. We did it. It's routine. Democrats have voted for this for years, dozens of times. Chuck Schumer has voted for this over and over again. But last time, Chuck Schumer, just recently, when he cooperated with Republicans at all, he was basically told by his base, the radical fringe base, that if he continued to do that or ever did it again, he was going to lose his leadership position. So now he can't do what he's.
They threatened this man's whole seat. Yeah, I told you last time he approved the CR bill, Schumer, and like I said, hey, we needed the Democrats last time and we need them this time. This has always been a thing when it came to the CR bill. So if you look up how our government works, for some reason, yeah, we need these Dems for a CR bill. It is what it is. And Schumer approved it last time. He went along last time, and I'm gonna be real with you. His party, low-key, went against him. They called him a coward. They said he was bowing to the fascist regime, all that wild stuff. And now him being threatened, after he got threatened for like 6 months straight by AOC and Jasmine Crockett and the rest of the radical left, he's like, you know what? Okay, cool. I'm going to go ahead and hold up the government since that's what you wanted me to do the first time. And here we are. Schumer being cucked out by, well, the radical feminists in the left wing. God damn it, man. These guys.
Always done what Democrats have always done. This is not a Republican or Democrat CR. There's no Trump stuff in it. It literally is just to keep government.
And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He said Mikey wants to push LGBTQ teaching in schools and doesn't want parents to be able to opt out of it, which is crazy. I think. Wait, was that one clip that we played, or the one lady saying, "Oh, it must be done," and parents shouldn't be able to opt out of it, or something crazy like that. But shout out to my man. Shout out to my man BTK. He says no one said the U.S. abandoned their allies versus China. Yeah, that's true. No one said the U.S. abandoned their allies. Ain't that the truth? And here's the thing: it does seem like we're kind of tied in with Argentina through the International Monetary Fund. Like, if they go down, it could threaten the assets of the International Monetary Fund, also known as the IMF. And if that gets threatened, it could also hurt our assets, because the IMF is mainly funded by us, is mainly orchestrated by us. So if it does fall out, if Argentina does fall out, it could also affect us as well. So it's damn near like we're, I guess, letting our little brother borrow money, our reckless little brother who isn't that good with money, who's trying some new business adventure. It didn't work out that well, but you know what? We're going to spot them. Not the best position you want to be in, but it is what it is. We're kind of tied to them a little bit.
Open until we hash all this out. So the Democrats refuse to cooperate because of politics. It's their shutdown. They own it. They have to eat it. And they're going to pay for it.
I'm sure it doesn't surprise you that Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of Democrats in your body, the House, is blaming President Trump and Republicans. Listen.
You know what? You know what? I feel like I have to do this because people always ask me, yo, S.E.T, how could you support a racist president? And I'm just like, you know what? I mean, all right, cool. Show me your favorite liberal politician right now that got more picks with black people than this. Please show me him. Let's go straight to it. Trump just being a racist, guys. Usually a racist don't want to be around black people, shake black people's hands or any other race hands. But look at the bigotry. The bigotry, guys. Can you believe it? I mean, a white man hanging around and getting close to black people. The bigotry. I just can't. Oh, wait. Do you also know that Donald Trump actually stood up for Michael Jackson during his case? But the bigotry, guys. Do you feel it yet? Do you see it? All right, then. All right. So, I mean, shut up. God damn. I mean, they don't know nothing but feel like you know everything. And then you want to come in here trying to shame people on something you don't know a damn thing about. because you just listen to other people. But it is what it is.
Republicans are on vacation all across the country and the world, and Senate Republicans continue to vote on the same partisan Republican spending bill that's dead on arrival because it guts the health care of the American people. They don't want to reopen the government.
How would you respond to the minority leader, Congressman?
And shout out my man Big Way Dave. He says white liberals are also called Charlie a racist. Let's be honest, the libs are liars. I mean, yeah, let's be honest with that one. And sorry, I had to low-key and grill somebody in the chat who's, how could you support a racist president? I'm just like, bro, what? Really? I mean, bro, name your favorite white liberal, and they don't even got as much pictures of black people. They got more pictures with trans Tifa than black people. And you want to talk about a racist president? All right. I mean, look, they got more. Look, your favorite white liberal got more pictures with white transgenders than black people. Shut the heck up.
In all due respect to Jeffries, he's not telling the truth. It's not a Republican bill. It doesn't gut
1% of the
anything
population, they
at
got
all
more
to
pictures
deal
with
with health care.
Crazy.
It simply continues the spending that Democrats have agreed to in the past that's going on right now. It's just a continuation for a number of weeks so we keep government open. Doesn't cut health care, doesn't do anything, has no Trump initiatives in it, has no congressional initiatives, nothing from us in it at all. It is simply a very simple bill to continue spending, continuing resolution that they have voted for over and over again. The exact same thing. No difference. No, they want to shut government down. They're gambling by creating a complete mess here and trying to create chaos that they're going to benefit, number one. And number two, John, so importantly, they are the leadership in the Senate, the Democrat leadership rather in the Senate, and the Democrat leadership in the House is scared out of their mind because their base has become so radicalized, so extreme. They now want to shut down government. They now want to do whatever they can to hurt the situation and create chaos. They now do not want to cooperate even on the most simple and routine resolutions. It's shameful, and even more shameful, they're not telling the truth about it.
Let's get back to the governor's race in your state. Your fellow member of the New Jersey congressional delegation, Mikey Sherrill, says that the president is freezing funds for the big dig under the Hudson River. Listen.
Trump has said he's freezing funding for the Gateway Tunnel project because he is now taking taxpayer dollars and using them in a political fight, which is unacceptable. And so we have seen again and again. I'm more pessimistic because I remember the battle days when Trump held infrastructure week every single week and yet wouldn't give a dime to the most important infrastructure project in the entire nation.
So is this something that should be blamed on the president?
No, it shouldn't. All that they want, all the president wants, look, he loves New York and he loves New Jersey. We all know that. It's really clear. He wants to make sure the project is done right, that we're actually spending the dollars the right way, not on nonsense. You know, before we
right there, that was Big Wave Dave's damn near immortal political enemy right there.
Things with transportation projects like tree equity, nobody even knows what it means, and all kinds of DEI policies that you had to fill every slot a certain way. They were worried about what pronouns were used or weren't used. So we saw, you know, I had conversations with the Secretary of Transportation, Duffy. We actually had him down here in our district where we have an FAA facility and talked about, just for example, it's not only bridges, what they did to our airports, corroded copper wire, never upgraded, never went to fiber optics, which we should have, didn't do any of the things so we can see what's going on in our airports and everywhere else. We need to spend the money in what it was meant to be spent on.
Congressman Jeff Van Drew, Republican of New Jersey. Congressman, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
All right, guys. Now, I may not agree with this guy geopolitically, but shout out to my man Mark Levin. He gave a great breakdown on what's really going down with this whole government shutdown.
You're going to survive a government shutdown. It's not even really a government shutdown. What we may not survive, though, is the Democrat Party. So before I dig into this in ways that others won't, I want to say a few things. This budget stuff brings to the fore a much bigger problem. The Democrat Party. The Democrat Party does not believe in capitalism. The Democrat Party does not believe in limited government. The Democrat Party does not believe in federalism. The Democrat Party does not believe in individual liberty. The Democrat Party does not believe in the Declaration of Independence and unalienable rights. The Democrat Party does not believe in the Constitution and separation of powers. The Democrat Party does not believe in Judeo-Christian values and principles as the basis of our founding. The Democrat Party is a power-hungry enterprise. It seeks the centralization of power. It seeks one-party rule. It seeks a permanent, overarching federal government. It believes rights are not God-given, but government-given and controlled. The Democrat Party believes in Marxism-Islamism, which they falsely label democratic socialism. It is the home to radical, extremist, anti-American, and un-American movements of every sort. The Democrat Party promotes crime and criminals, illegal immigration, including sex slavery of women and children of migrants, the profiteering of drug cartels, the importation of deadly drugs and illegal weapons with open borders. It promotes anti-Semitism, racism, and bigotry, and the violence related to them, claiming it's free speech. The Democrat Party incites violence with agitprop.
And Trump tries to stop the violence. I mean, here's the thing. Even the people that Trump is trying to stop is admitting that, you know what? Trump is kind of stifling our operations right now. And, you know, we'll take a quick break from this one and get into this quick little 2-minute interview that CNN had with a cartel member. Sinaloa cartel leader tells CNN, you have to kill people. I mean, we all knew that, and that was a game of the cartel. I mean, that's all they do. You get in our way, we kill you. If you don't no longer work for us, you try to leave, we kill you. I mean, shoot, in general, they'll just kill you.
I do what I have to do. You know?
Why do you say you do what you have to do? Couldn't you stop doing this?
O no puedo.
You can't.
Ya cuando entras, ya no sales muchas veces.
Once you get in, you can't get out. Do you think what President Trump has been doing has been making your job tougher?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And shout out to my man Jet on Rumble. He says everyone is hostile until proven otherwise. That is the whole point of detaining somebody. Y'all are really mad about enforcing the laws already on the books. It is what it is. Yes, and that's Jet speaking to the Chicago raid in that apartment where they had to pretty much claim the whole apartment as a crime scene. They had to start, I guess, zip tying kids up. It is what it is.
But it's becoming more difficult, you think?
Yeah.
In a bizarre interview on CNN, an anonymous member of the Sinaloa cartel explained that Trump's immigration and drug policies have put a damper on their black market tradecraft. Dressed conspicuous.
It's like, don't you love when CNN kind of like, you know, dissolve their own lies? Like when they were trying to say they weren't going to give healthcare to illegals, but Jake Tapper literally showed the provision to Hakeem Jeffries on CNN going like, yeah, you would actually see this provision right here. It would allow immigrants to take advantage of Medicaid. So yeah, you guys are kind of doing that. Like, don't you love when CNN kind of snitches on themselves? You gotta love those times. And this is another moment of CNN snitching on themselves, complaining about the bombing and all this unlawfulness. And this is really hurting the cartels. Well, shout out to this cartel leader pretty much saying, all right, hey, you got us. Like,
tougher?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
But it's becoming more difficult, you think?
Yeah.
In a bizarre interview on CNN, an anonymous.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I'd rather drive a speedboat through the ocean than through the sea, than have to go footed through the jungle. I mean, you know how dangerous these jungles are? You know how dangerous just walking through these places are? Like, come on now, guys. Let's be real.
This member of the Sinaloa cartel explained that Trump's immigration and drug policies have put a damper on their black market tradecraft. Dressed conspicuously in a black mask, sunglasses, black gloves, and a hat to conceal his identity, the alleged leader of El Chapo's former gang met with CNN's senior national correspondent, David Glover, inside an SUV at a Phoenix parking lot. The cartel member, who said he is not a U.S. citizen, revealed that cartel members are using Americans to help transport illicit drugs into the country.
Well, we been knew that. I mean, come on now. Like, a lot of people brag about being linked up with the cartel. And it's funny how this is their leader. You know, CNN is just right there like, look, man, let's come talk to you. Like, you know, how's things going? You know, after we locked up your boy, how's things running with the cartel? I mean, interesting.
You all are using social media to get to young people, young teens, and recruiting them to be part of it. Some of them, many of them, are American citizens too.
I mean, yeah, when you offer a teen $20,000-$30,000 to make a one-trip delivery, and they got all the money in the world to do this. I mean, I'm all right. It was a story that my stepdad told me. I remember my stepdad told me of a time where cartel offered this man $100K to just make one trip, make a trip, make this trip, drop it off, take this car, drop it off this location, $100K clean. He turned it down, but he says, I could see why they entice people, because when you offer a lot of people like that, not everybody has that integrity just to turn it down. I mean, shout out to the stepdad. Shout out to fathers in general.
It's just like that.
That's life.
Teaching lessons.
It's like that, you know. But
so even though they may get caught and spend many years in prison, that's their fault, as you see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CNN further revealed that cartels.
Hey, he's fair. He's like, look, man, you know damn well what you're getting into messing with the cartel. And if you get caught, you're messing with the cartel, you're most likely going to get caught with a whole lot of drugs. It's not going to be a dime bag. It's going to be bricks, my friend. So you're going to be going to jail for a long time. Oh, and if you snitch on us, we'll kill you.
Charging much more to get migrants across the southern U.S. border because of Trump's crackdown on illegal migration. According to Fox News, border hoppers are expected to pay $10,000 each instead of about $6,500 per person prior to the Trump-era policies. The Trump administration.
And well, I think that is also true. It's also pretty smart because, yeah, also if you take it and you make it, they won't let you quit, especially if you do a damn good job, because they like to keep things organized. They like to trust the same people. And if you're just such a good mule, why would everyone let you go? And then why would everyone let you leave? So what? You can one day talk and snitch on them? Hell nah. They'll kill you before you even get the chance to do so.
Administration has dramatically stepped up.
So what did we learn today? Do not work with the cartels.
Its battle against the cartels. In early September, President Trump revealed that the U.S. military killed 11 people in a drug-carrying boat off the coast of Venezuela, days after deploying warships to the coast of the South American country. A few weeks later, the president ordered 2 more strikes against drug smugglers on boats, killing 6. The anonymous man on CNN is not the first Sinaloa cartel member to credit the Trump administration for its robust approach to halting the human and drug trafficking operations at the southern border. In September, Margarito J. Flores Jr., who made millions with his twin brother as members of the drug cartel, praised the president in an interview.
Wow.
I think the aggressive approach is going to send a strong message to every drug trafficker across Latin America and places like Venezuela that's used as a
I mean, when the ex-drug traffickers are saying, bro, you're doing a good job, Trump, yeah, you got to keep it up. You got to keep it up because they would know. They would know. And the soft hand of the left is not going to do anything but put more Americans in danger. And here's the thing. Even Americans who work with the cartel end up being in danger because you can't leave or they'll kill you. So we might as well just cut that opportunity off altogether. Even if you want to bring up the fact, well, it is Americans who bring it in. Yeah, and guess what? They're the ones who also held hostage. So what, are you for that? But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to our man Levin, because I had to bring that point up, especially when it came to Trump's handling on the cartel and, of course, immigration. Well, you know what? Let's take a little bit of a comedic interlude because I feel like laughing, or at least trying to laugh. Shout out to Bill Maher. I ain't really watch it, but you know what? Bill Maher usually makes me laugh. I kind of like the guy.
Here we are in overtime with the CNN political commentator and founder of DreamMachine.org, Van Jones, and the author and 3-time Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter for the New York Times, Tom Friedman. Okay. Here are the questions from the people. First one, Van, for you. Would you have agreed to debate Charlie Kirk? I bet you I know the answer, and I bet you the answer is yes. Because that's the kind of guy you are.
Yeah. Listen.
Yeah, he debated him, but he got cooked.
Charlie Kirk and I were not friends, and we were in a big public fight.
Yeah.
The week that he died, and it turned out that the day before he died, he sent me a personal message, wanting me to come on his show, and he said, "Let's be gentlemen." He said, "Let's disagree agreeably. Let's disagree agreeably." I'm going to carry those words with me because he was a words not weapons guy. I disagree with his words. He's a words, not weapons guy. And we're getting away from that now. And I was very frustrated, people in my party throwing rocks at the corpse before he could even be buried. blood still on the widow's shoes, and people want to post every dumb thing he ever said.
Yeah, I mean, like AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Ilhan Omar. I mean, come on now, guys. Oh, he spread hateful rhetoric and all that wild stuff. You know what? I actually wish him and Charlie Kirk did have that debate, because he'd have been dispelled of all the lies that they've been telling about the man. He's not a racist. He doesn't think, he's just not a racist. I'm not sure what else people think about the man, but it is what it is. All I've been hearing is that, oh, he's a racist left and right. And I guess that's the way of getting black people not to look into Charlie Kirk, because all you got to do is tell a black person he was a racist, and, hey, all right, that's all you got to tell me. I'm never going to look into him. And that's most of us, sadly.
He was a 31-year-old kid.
Right.
If you got me at 31 years old, I was on the left side of Pluto. There is no telling what you would have had me saying. So let's give some grace and some space, even to our enemies.
I'll give him that.
Okay. Speaking of Pluto, should the government be more transparent about the existence of UAPs? UAP is UFO.
Yes.
Right? I don't know why they think that's going to calm our nerves by changing it's a UFO. And I mean, what I've been reading lately is that there's one heading toward the Earth. There's something that's 13 miles long. It doesn't apparently look like any other comet because the light is coming from the top, from the front and not behind. And it's apparently making a trip through the solar system that is uncommon for comets. It looks like it's doing a drive-by of all the planets. I don't know, but
it's like aliens on a tour bus or a tour ship.
I just think, and there was that thing that bounced off that they fired at something, and so the Navy, the military.
I'm into it. Listen, I am into it. I think, first of all, the Pentagon now is by law has to give reports on this stuff. And if I were in charge of, I would do wall-to-wall coverage of these generals that have to sit there and say, there's weird stuff we don't know what is.
Yeah.
To me, that's news.
We've had that in Congress.
We should be talking about it.
We are. I just think there are certain people who just think this goes in the file with the nuts who think we didn't land on the moon and every other conspiracy theory. And it's different.
I think it's different.
There's no scientific reason. Carl Sagan said it. There's no scientific reason why we would necessarily be alone in the universe. We might be, but increasingly, it looks like we're at very least under surveillance. Let's hope that they're just observing and not readying us, for it. I don't want Keanu Reeves to come down and say, look, we gave you the benefit of the doubt, but you're just way too destructive. I mean, that could be what's coming. Should we be talking about climate change?
And all right, but as I pause this, I do want to get into one of the funny clips of the night, wild clips of the night, guys. Let's get into one of those segments because you know you love them. You know that it makes you laugh. So let's get right into it.
Republicans just want sexy white girls with perfectly round titties in their ads. We're here to say no to that. Democrats are the party of ugly-ass people, and we want representation, maybe some non-binary Latino midgets, maybe a couple of fat shamikas eating fried chicken and fighting at a Carnival cruise or a Waffle House or some shit like that. Just any ugly people. If they're too ugly to go outside, that's our people. Republicans just...
I'm crying. But don't worry, I'm not done yet. I am not done yet. Don't worry, guys. I'm still going. All right, last one, then we'll get back to the show.
Our trans community is not a violent community. We are a peaceful people. I myself am trans. I'm trans race. I identify as a Native American from the tribe of Retard Ho, descendants of the Navajo and the Stupid Hoes. And we are a peaceful people.
I bet you guys are. I bet y'all are real peaceful. But all right, guys, let's get back to our guy, Levin, as he pretty much goes off on the left about the government shutdown.
He does not believe in federalism. The Democrat Party does not believe in individual liberty. The Democrat Party does not believe in the Declaration of Independence and unalienable rights. The Democrat Party does not believe in the Constitution and separation of powers. The Democrat Party does not believe in Judeo-Christian values and principles as the basis of our founding. The Democrat Party is a power-hungry enterprise. It seeks the centralization of power. It seeks one-party rule. It seeks a permanent, overarching federal government.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I did show the powerhouses of the guys on there. You got, of course, Crazy Newsom or Newscum. You got AIPAC Shakur, and then you got, and you got Schumer. And Schumer's always been a piece of shit, but it is what it is. And then, of course, we got these women here, these young ladies. Ilhan Omar, AOC. I don't know who the hell these two are, but I've seen her in a whole lot of whatchamacallit hearings, a lot of testimony hearings or Congress hearings. And every time she's always saying something outrageous. And it's always usually honestly out of context statements or an agenda being spun. I mean, you should have seen how she tried to do Hegseth, how she tried to do that. What was his name? Scott Bessent. They're not too nice.
Believes rights are not God.
Oh, and shout out to Toe. She says, "Set, check out the song How Dare You? It's about Greta." All right, got you. I mean, I'm telling you, man, the top women of the left right here. Fat black woman, radical Hispanic, and a radical, Somalian. Or as you know, Laura Loomer would like to call her, the radical Islamist who needs to be deported out here immediately. Even though I may disagree with Laura Loomer on that statement, I would say she need to lose her position. But hey, difference of opinion, right? Of course, bro. Of course. And of course, there's the bald black lady in the back. You know, you always got to have you a bald-headed black lady. Can't trust them, but they're always back there in the liberal parties or the liberal roundup.
Give him, but government give him and control.
I ain't gonna lie, this is probably the most liberal picture I've ever seen. I'm be honest with you. Fat black lady, bald-headed black lady, a Hispanic lady, and a Somalian. I mean, God bless America, but God damn it.
The Democrat Party believes in Marxism, Islamism, which they falsely label democratic socialism. It is the
and Tove, I'm gonna go look that up right now.
Home to radical, extremist, anti-American, and un-American movements of every sort. The Democrat Party promotes crime and criminals, illegal immigration, including sex slavery of women and children or migrants, the profiteering of drug cartels, the importation of deadly drugs and illegal weapons with open borders. It promotes anti-Semitism, racism, and bigotry, and the violence related to them, claiming it's free speech. The Democrat Party incites violence with agitprop, poisonous propaganda, and vicious fear-mongering. It supports radical teachers' unions over students, woke ideology over education, perversion over morality, criminals over victims and local law enforcement, illegal aliens over ICE and the Border Patrol. The list goes on and on. It is a party that, as the title of one of my recent books puts it, hates America. It is in a constant state of revolution and sabotage. If you look at my last three books, American Marxism, The Democrat Party Hates America, and On Power, and I'm not here to hawk books. I'm here to promote ideas and facts and smarts and intelligence. That's what I do. If you read those three books, or if you're an observer, a serious observer, you know what I'm telling you is true. It should come as no surprise that over a simple administrative matter like a continuing...
Let's be real. I mean, the Dems do like to preach a lot about American values, yet they don't really hold too many themselves. Actually, let's go to that one bald-headed black lady in the back of that picture. I know, right? It's amazing to actually have a clip of her saying some pretty wild things. So let's get right into it.
Please keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouths.
I appreciate my Democrat colleague for exemplifying exactly the kind of oppression of freedoms that we're referencing. How about we'll quote whoever we want to quote? How about that's my First Amendment right? That's exactly the kind of baked-in oppression. Like, how dare a white Republican quote Martin Luther King? We actually had a congressman say that just now in this committee. Thank you, good lady, for once again exemplifying the type of oppression that we stand against. And we will quote who we please to quote. And we will continue to speak freely because I'm a veteran. That's the country that I serve. That's the Constitution I swore an allegiance to. And that oath has no expiration date.
Now, I'm telling you guys, man, you can never trust a bald-headed black lady. Really, maybe just a bald-headed women in general. Bald women in general cannot be trusted. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about them, but just cannot be trusted. You can say I'm prejudiced against bald women. I'll take that. I would take that stamp. It is what it is. Set its prejudice against bald liberal women, especially the black ones.
Resolution for a few-week extension of a budget so that they can finish their appropriations process, that the Democrat Party seizes on it, seeks to plunge the nation into a crisis. They're going to fail for reasons I'll explain. This is the wrong hill for them to die on, but they're not going to stop. There's going to be many hills. It is a party that seeks nothing short of the destruction and overthrow of our civil society. Now, what is a government shutdown? What is a government shutdown? Here's a little secret. The federal government never shuts down. We couldn't shut the whole thing down if we actually wanted to. The vast majority of it remains open today. You just don't see it. It continues to receive over $400 billion of monthly revenues from you, the taxpayer. Oh, it's shut down. No, they're still pumping in your money left and right. That doesn't stop. You continue paying your taxes, including for Social Security and Medicare. Of course, parts of the federal government close, but really not much. The media focus all their attention on those parts to incite you to fall in line with the Democrat Party agenda. Here's another little secret. While the federal government takes in about $5 trillion, it spends nearly $7 trillion. That's the problem. So the debt keeps growing. The Democrats want to add, right now, another $1.5 trillion on top of all of it. That's why they won't agree to a continuing resolution that does what? Continues spending at current levels.
Yep.
They want to spend trillions more while blaming the administration and the Republicans for the debt. And yes, the Democrats want funding for free health care for illegal aliens. They lie about it. Their media lie about it. But that's part of what they want. And not just now. They want it for 10 years. And they want to keep spending money on able-bodied people, Americans, who sit on their backsides on a sofa watching TV all day and collect free health care. The Republicans said no in the big, beautiful bill. You got to work at least 20 hours a week. That's too much for the Democrat Party. So they want to make sure that people they brought into the country illegally, the people they refused to deport, their new constituency, they hope the Supreme Court
I mean, let's be real though. The people that they brought into the country, they refuse to deport, and that they want to honestly call anybody a terrorist who wants to deport them, or try to use the Bible against us now, saying that, oh, it goes against Jesus' teachings. The immigration law goes against the Lord's teachings. I'm like, bro, if y'all don't shut the hell up. Nowhere in the Bible did Jesus say letting a whole bunch of immigrants into your country on the backs of the people in that country. Like, nowhere in the Bible did Jesus say that. No, not one time. I know Jesus says something about letting in like the unfortunate and all that good stuff, but I'm pretty sure if Jesus was living in today, he'd be like, yeah, not at the risk of your own people though. Like, let's not just be idiots here, and let's not just try to use the Bible for your own political, argument. I mean, come on now, guys. And shout out to my man. Hold on, there was two that came in. He said, Quick Brick Company. He didn't have too much to say. They just wanted to show some support. I appreciate that. Shout out to Quick Brick Company. And shout out to my man, Jet. Democrats spending money like drunk people at 2 a.m. I mean, ain't that the truth?
holds birthright citizenship. So
I'm sorry. I had a little experience doing that myself. You brought back some memories.
you have Democrats coming and going left and right after country from country. They want to make sure they're taken care of with free health care that you pay for. The electrician, the plumber, the cop, the firefighter, that average Americans pay for. They'll get better health care than you. That's true. The Democrats are lying about it, but that's what they do. They lie all the time. And so there's so much waste and fraud in this government. The battle over waste and fraud is never over. Now, there's also the politics. The Democrats want to endlessly grow and centralize the government in the name of the people, of course. They're power hungry, and they want more and more people on the public dole. They're not playing to the radical base. The party is the radical base. This is what the party believes. They are cultural Marxists and economic socialists, American Marxists, as I explained in another book. The private sector in their mind exists to serve the government as it is increasingly devoured by the government. There's no such thing as limited constitutional government in their minds. A little temporary so-called shutdown is a small bump in the road to one-party tyrannical rule, which is what they crave. In fact, it's a tactic. It's a tactic. Now I've set the stage for what's really going on. There have been 21 government, quote unquote, shutdowns in 50 years since 1976. Take a look at this graphic. 21. And we're still here. What happened? 21. Oh my God, they're shutting down the government. What are we going to do? And the media is out there, and they're running to the national parks, and they'll find somebody who's lost a job and something like that. That's what they do. Now, I would ask you a question, ladies and gentlemen. The recent pandemic, when states, particularly blue states.
Hey, and shout out to my man Maine. He says, Super PAC Shakur. Yeah, shout out to Hakeem Jeffries. APAC Shakur, Super PAC Shakur. They've been calling him all types of Shakur for some reason. Because he be selling out. He's definitely be selling out. And Tupac Shakur really well. No, we'll touch that situation. We'll touch that later. We'll touch the story of Tupac Shakur later.
States, not only, but particularly blue states, shut down restaurants and bars, shut down schools and universities, shut down entertainment venues, shut down recreational facilities, shut down personal care services, shut down retail stores, public and community spaces, even beaches, the genius in California, Newsom, shut down major sporting events, musical festivals and conferences, shut down travel and tourism. Were the media out there with microphones and cameras saying, how do you feel about this? No, it was right.
But no, they're going to shut down. They're going to shut down all the tourist sites and then talk about, oh yeah, low tourism in 2015. I mean, my bad, in 2025. Oh, why was that? Did it have anything to do with the fact that y'all let the government shut down?
You lose your business. That's for the cause. You lose your job. That's for the cause. But now we have a quote unquote government shutdown. And so all hell's going to break loose. Oh my God, I can't go into the national park. What are we going to do? The White House points out that the big, beautiful bill ended Medicaid funding for most non-citizens, ended the enhanced federal medical assistance percentage for emergency care for illegal aliens, ended Medicare funding for most non-citizens, and ended Obamacare funding for most non-citizens. This is where the Democrat Party draws the line. They lie to your face as they've lied about everything. Even that massive inflation reduction bill, remember that? $2 trillion had nothing to do with inflation except to increase it? Because that's what they do. Their policies suck.
I mean, spend more money on Inflationary Reduction Act. So, Inflationary Reduction Act, you would think it would be about, I don't know, maybe saying that, you know, we're just not going to print no money for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, just to hopefully the money supply can somewhat catch up. No, let's add 2 trillion more in spending and let's see where we're at. And let's call it inflationary reduction. Yeah, let's print more money and let's act like we're going to solve inflation. I mean, this is why Biden was seen as so incompetent. It's just because of these policies that he had. It didn't make really no sense. But hey, everybody was cheering him on as he was doing it. So it is what it is.
So badly. They're so horrendous. They can't really run on them. So they lie about them. The Democrats are trying to use a continuing resolution bill, which should be a no-brainer. A short-term spending bill used to bridge over a short period while the congressional committees finish their appropriation process. They want to add hundreds of billions of dollars for illegal immigrants and over $1.5 trillion of new spending. And they don't want you to notice. During Biden's presidency, we saw an approximate $9 trillion net increase in the debt. $9 trillion in just 4 years. By far the worst ever in human history. And the vast majority of that after the pandemic.
Yep.
Let's talk numbers.
I mean, yeah, Inflationary Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Act. I mean, it was crazy spending all through the Biden administration that, you know, the Dems will defend by saying, well, it gave us this, it gave us that. I mean, not really. I mean, let's be real with you guys. Some of this stuff was honestly, it was a porked up bill. And we didn't really get everything we were supposed to, especially with the Inflationary Reduction Act. If anything, we got more inflation. With the infrastructure bill, I mean, I guess they got one site built. They added a little bit of jobs, but not enough. And the infrastructure, let's be honest, it increased spending and it caused more inflation. I'm being real with you guys. Yeah, the Biden administration, it tried to throw more spending into a spending problem. Like our inflationary problem was because of crazy spending, and they try to spend their way out of it.
You know, they say stay away from numbers. People will close their eyes. No, these are big numbers. This is about you. Our government, federal government, takes in revenue, it did last year, 2024 fiscal year, $4.9 trillion. That's a lot of nickels. That is a lot of money, almost $5 trillion. But they say they need more. Most of that, 50% of that is income taxes, individual income taxes, small businesses, corporate income taxes. And then you have payroll taxes for things like Social Security, Medicare, other certain federal so-called entitlement programs. That's 34% of it. So that's 84%. 84%. In 2023, the revenue was 4.6 trillion. So in 2024, it's 4.9 trillion. In 2023, it's 4.6 trillion. With the tariffs in place this year, they'll even have more revenue than they would normally have. This isn't a revenue problem. They got money pouring out of every one of their orifices.
Yeah, and then Trump is trying to handle both. He's trying to create more revenue while also trying to cut spending. And I mean, that's the best way to handle it. It's almost like, well, while I'm making more money at my job, I'm also cutting spending in certain areas in my life. I mean, you can only go up from there. That's the only way to go. You could only go up with that strategy if the Dems let them implement it. Or
The problem is they spend like drunken Marxists. That's the problem. The federal government receives right now, as I speak, about $400 billion every month. You keep paying. That's not shutting down. The money keeps going in. The revenue keeps going. It's going in. It's going in. It's going in. $400 billion, give or take, every single month. We spend $2.6 billion on interest on this debt. That's over $37 trillion every day. Every day. It is the fastest growing part of the federal budget, the interest on the debt. And the Democrats have a brilliant idea. Let's add another 1.5 trillion, especially to cover our new friends and constituents and voters.
And that's the problem with them. They never want to find out a way to make money. They always want to find a way to spend more money. That's the problem.
Illegal immigrants and hopefully their children. It'll nearly double in 10 years. Double, which means it will swallow the budget. Now, 2025 interest is projected to total $1.2 trillion this fiscal year. You know, the defense budget is $893 billion. So it's nearly $400 billion larger than the defense budget. Can we keep that up? Democrats say yes. What's the problem? Paper. Money's just paper. Cares about inflation, cares about debt. Who cares about spending? I mean, we got great ideas. Just ask Bernie Sanders, the red. Oh, he's got 1,000 of them.
Oh, guys, and we went ahead and opened up the call-in line. Appreciate the support, guys. So anybody who donated at least $1 to the stream or is a member can go ahead and call in. I'll be happy to host the call or the debate, or if you want to come up here and react with me. Appreciate the support, guys. All right, let's keep it going.
Now, I want you to follow me on this. From the Peterson Foundation. This is big. Mandatory spending. Mandatory? I thought we lived in a democracy. 75 to 80% of the federal budget is mandatory spending. What's that mean? Programs governed by provisions of permanent law are referred to as mandatory. Why? Because
like politician salaries or these senator salaries, it's mandatory. So, federal workers, like, they don't get paid, but these politicians do.
Mandatory programs do not require annual approval. Such spending is essentially on autopilot unless policymakers change the underlying laws governing the program. So 75 to 80%, that's like Social Security and the rest of it, is on autopilot. We're not even talking about that. We're not even talking about 75 to 80% of the federal budget. Autopilot, that's spent. That has nothing to do with a continuing resolution. It's nothing to do with annual budgeting. Zero. It's off budget. Many of the programs that provide benefits to individuals are classified as mandatory spending, like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Those programs are also often referred to as entitlements because individuals who meet the program's eligibility requirements are entitled to benefits. Major health programs, now also mandatory spending. 4 components: Medicare for seniors and disabled people, Medicaid generally for lower income beneficiaries and apparently illegal aliens if you're a Democrat, premium tax credits or related spending for low and moderate income people, and the Children's Health Insurance Program, CHIP. None of them are affected by the government shutdown.
Shout
Social
out.
Security programs, making payments to individuals based on their income through programs including earned income, child, other tax credits, unaffected. The Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program called SNAP, formerly known as food stamps, unaffected. And there's much more than that. Supplemental security income, payments to disabled children and adults with limited incomes, unaffected. Unemployment compensation, unaffected. Support.
And these are all mandatory spendings. What he just read off right there is mandatory spending, aka it gets sent through no matter what. If the government shut down or not, it gets sent through.
Unaffected. And there's much more than that. Supplemental security income, payments to disabled children and adults with limited incomes, unaffected. Unemployment compensation, unaffected. Support and foster care, child nutrition, unaffected. Veterans programs that provide pensions, income support, other benefits for those who previously served in the military, unaffected. Federal retirement programs for federal civilian and military retirees, unaffected. Other programs consist of a range of activities, including agricultural support, student loan subsidies, deposit insurance, and so forth. So take a look at this chart. See that big chart right there? Those are mandatory outlays that I just went through, unaffected by the government shutdown, because most of the government never shuts down.
All right, so Security, Medicaid, and Medicare, Medicaid accounts for nearly 75% of mandatory spending. Yeah, so I mean, our biggest expenditures aren't even being affected. So wait, whoa, what the heck are they talking about then? Oh yeah, I forgot the Obamacare subsidies that don't end until October 30th, so which they're trying to claim that's going to raise everybody's. Well, honestly, I'm gonna say it will. But here's the thing: it wasn't going to happen in 2 weeks like they said. It was going to happen at the end of December. And here's the thing: there was going to be another CR bill that they had to vote on to continue spending on that. And they're most likely going to vote yes. And if not, then I would agree on them shutting down the government. But yeah, shout out to mandatory spending, which is about $4.1 trillion. Let's see here. That's, federal, civilian, and military retirement. Of course, Social Security gets sent out. Of course, Medicare gets sent out. Of course, Medicaid gets sent out. Income security and other mandatory. And of course, veteran benefits. So, we'll be all right.
Even if you wanted to shut down.
It's all good, everybody. It is all good for us. But if you're a federal worker, then man, my heart goes out to you.
Toy programs do not provide specific funding levels. Instead, they specify who's eligible for benefits, as well as the type of level of benefits to be distributed. All that within that pie chart. Now, what's discretionary spending? Because that's what we're talking about here. Discretionary spending, 25, 20, 27% of the budget, depending on the year. Discretionary spending is determined on the annual basis by Congress and the president through this appropriations process. As opposed to the automatic nature of mandatory spending, discretionary spending must be approved each fiscal year. That's what the fight is over. Defense spending represents nearly half of total discretionary spending. So after defense spending, we're left with even a smaller piece of the pie.
No, so great. Whoa. Here's the thing. I mean, instead of trying to add spending to Medicaid, why didn't y'all just, kind of hold strong on military spending? If y'all to ask to cut military spending, I'm not gonna lie, y'all probably got some of the Republicans on y'all side. To be quite honest, because as Rand Paul said, that the Republicans want to overspend on military and the Democrats want to overspend on welfare, and he's right. He's right. So if you guys would have been pushing to cut military spending, I probably would have hopped on y'all side, depending on the amount. I would have hopped on y'all side on that one.
That's why I said the vast majority of you are going to be utterly unaffected by all this. Then there was a piece in The Hill by Cheryl Kelly. I don't know her political perspective. It doesn't much matter. She just makes some very good points. What people call shutdown affect only the most visible, least essential services. The actual machinery of government continues operating normally during shutdowns, the vast majority of it. Somewhere at 3 a.m. this morning, USDA food safety inspectors walked into meat processing plants across America. They'll examine 37 billion pounds of meat this year, not because politicians told them to do it this week, but because that's what they do. For instance, meteorologists at the National Weather Service are today analyzing atmospheric data that will determine whether your flights get delayed tomorrow. They're still there.
And shout out to my man Vladstein. He says, you think Walt Disney's head should be given an AI body? Yeah, because maybe he'll save Disney, man. He got these BS movies. I mean, we ain't had good movies since bro was in office. I mean, excuse me, but since the guy was CEO, yes, please. I mean, why not? Give him an AI body and let him get back to making loving cartoon characters that we know and love and start, bringing back some good movies. Disney might need Walt Disney to come back at this point because, they're kind of going down the drain. And it's their fault because they wanted to go all woke and all that good stuff. But it is what it is. Hey, and shout out to my man Quick Brick Company. He had too much to say, just wanted to show some support, and I do appreciate it. Shout out, man. Appreciate the support, guys.
At the USDA's Global Intelligence Centers, analysts are tracking crop conditions in 95 countries that could affect American food prices months from now. Nuclear engineers are monitoring reactor cooling systems that can't take a day off. What else? What actually stops during shutdowns are the visible, public-facing service that makes citizens feel the political pain. National parks, the Smithsonian, processing some permits and applications. Here's what continues. Nuclear reactor monitoring, air traffic control, food safety inspection, disease surveillance, border security, law enforcement, military operations, Social Security, as I mentioned, Medicare, Medicaid, weather forecasting, thousands of other services. But the Democrats want to spend $1.5 trillion more dollars. The Republicans are saying, can't we all just get along? Can't we just pass a continuing resolution to get us to the appropriations process for the 25, 30% of the budget that we need to actually address in this process? The Democrats are blackmailing the Republicans. They're blackmailing the president. They're blackmailing the country with the help of the media that's out there saying, oh my God, the sky's falling.
Honestly, I would say they're blackmailing. They're just giving a false argument to what's really going on. They're talking about healthcare subsidies when it's really about them wanting increased spending. But they can't really tell that to their constituents because, well, hopefully their constituents will be smart enough to call them out on their bullshit and be like, yo, you guys were the same guys complaining about increased spending. Now you're over here trying to increase spending. So they can't tell the constituents that. They got to sit there and frame it like, no. This is about healthcare premiums. All right. Okay. I mean, lie again.
21 so-called shutdowns in 50 years, and the sky is still there. And I want to salute the administration because they're saying, okay.
But all right, guys, let's get over to our guy, Senator Rand Paul, as he pretty much goes at both sides. Both sides get the blame. And you know what? I like that he did that. Excuse me. Let's get right into it.
This spring, just a few days before Congress enacted the last continuing resolution, which is a spending plan, this resolution that would extend the Biden-era spending levels, President Trump said in a speech that he wanted to do something that hadn't been done in over 20 years, balance the budget. I fully commend him for that and am very supportive of trying to get there. The difficulty is that the spending levels we voted on in March and the spending levels we will vote on again this week don't balance the budget and don't come anywhere close. These are the spending levels that Biden put in place in December before he left office. Most Republicans were critical and condemnatory. Many conservative Republicans like myself voted against these spending levels because they were such that they would lead to a $2 trillion deficit. Well, that is still true. This year, the deficit will be right around $2 trillion, and it's because we've continued the Biden spending levels. To balance the budget, Congress needs a much stronger response than the legislation being presented. Critics of excessive federal spending have rightly argued that Congress should return to pre-pandemic levels of spending.
Please.
When the pandemic came.
Please. I mean, if we can go back to, and that's the thing, if we go back to pre-pandemic levels of spending, look at, like, if you go back 2019, I promise you, look it up. Look at the fiscal year 2019, 2018. if you look at those 2 years, you will see that we had phenomenally lower spending in Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. We done tripled the spending on that for some crazy reason. You got to understand that part. Like I said, we have 71 million Americans being taken care of $615 billion. For some reason, the Dems, we have lower people on Medicaid, but they want to increase the spending. It just don't make sense. So I will give it to Rand Paul when he said that it does seem like both sides have a spending problem. It does seem like the Republicans want to go balls to the walls on AI and military, and and the Dems want to go balls to the walls on welfare.
Amen. Spending went through the roof. The economy was shut down. They wrote free checks to all the Americans. Problem is all that was borrowed. There was no money. There was no rainy day fund. Now, there is a way to tackle the budget and to try to balance the budget over time. I have a penny plan budget that I've been introducing for several years. We have not gotten any Democrat support, but we've gotten over half of the Republicans to support it. My penny plan would balance over about a 5-year period and would return spending almost immediately to what would be a pre-pandemic level.
Yeah.
6 months ago, though, when the current continuing resolution was passed, Republicans were told that we were just clearing the decks. This was going to be temporary, and that we would be then bold and present budgets that would be cutting spending. Once President Trump was in office, with a Republican majority in the Senate and the House, we would finally address spending levels. And would you know it, getting serious about a balanced budget is not on the agenda this week. There really isn't any serious change. What we're talking about is a continuing resolution that continues the Biden spending levels. These spending levels this year have led to almost $2 trillion in deficit and are projected next year to lead to $2.1 trillion in deficit. In addition, we will also be voting on something called an automatic continuing resolution proposal. This is the idea that rather than government shut down, it would just continue spending the same amount of money. In theory, I like the concept. I just don't really like continuing Biden-era spending levels because they never balance, not over 5 years, not over 10 years, really never. The lines never.
I mean, look, man, when you start adding like $2 billion to Medicaid and Medicare year over year, what do you expect? There's no way we can there's no way of catching up to Biden's spending, especially with the Infrastructure Act, Inflationary Reduction Act. I mean, there was no catching up to it. And he kept adding more and more money to Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security. And let's be honest, I mean, we were taking care of the American people with a lot less. And let's be real, if we really do want to balance the budget, Medicaid and Medicare got to go down by at least 40%.
So sure, you would keep government open, but you would keep government open and spending the same amount.
Oh, and of course, we do have to increase our revenue as well. So like I said, we have to increase revenue while also cutting spending. And I mean, and you could do that in your life and you will go anywhere but up. I mean, you can't go anywhere but up with that strategy.
We do currently, which is out of control and not defensible. So keeping the government open while continuing $2 trillion deficits hardly seems desirable. Rather than the relentless fury to tackle the debt, which is what we were promised with a Republican majority, the powers that be have once again waved the white flag of surrender by failing to present the American people with legislation that would make the cuts necessary to balance the budget. Under the proposed continuing resolution or the automatic continuing resolution we will vote on tonight, the budget never balances. Even if you take it out, as far as the eye can see, revenue will never meet expenditures. So it's just not something I can support, and I don't think it's a conservative proposal. Spending has gotten so out of control that this freeze, even over a decade, doesn't put a dent in the deficit. Presidents of both parties pay lip service to the idea that the national debt must be addressed, and yet it gets worse under both parties. People ask me, whose fault is it? Republicans or Democrats? And I just say yes. It's both parties. The right wants unlimited spending for the military. The left wants unlimited spending for welfare. And so you have guns and butter. And you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and it all goes up. Now, the reverse compromise could happen. You could actually cut a little bit from the military side and a little bit from the welfare side, and really everybody would get a little bit of a haircut across the board, and you could balance your budget that way. but you can't exclude or exempt huge swaths of government spending. You have to look at all spending. And if you do, the budget can be balanced by a 6% cut across the board, excluding Social Security. I am proud of the president for what he's tried to do, though. Unlike past presidents, Donald Trump has created the Department of Government Efficiency to identify and eliminate waste. DOGE has found billions of dollars of waste. Americans were rightfully appalled when they were told that your government's been spending $2 million on sex changes.
Oh, and shout out to, she said, "Do you hear about Canada's new gun compensation thing? It's a effing ban over 280 guns and confiscations." Oh, wow. And a confiscation? Well, we knew it was coming with Canada. I mean, yeah, we kind of knew that was coming. Canada don't really stand by any Second Amendment, nor do there people willing to fight for a Second Amendment. So, or, you know, gun laws or being able to have their own guns. So I do see it. And let's be real. This is what the Dems always try to propose that we do in America. Oh, why does everybody just, let the government buy their guns, or they can get them confiscated? Let's just ban all the guns and let all the criminals keep them. Guys, well, they don't really say that, but they don't understand that's actually what they're saying. But yeah, I have not heard about that. I'm gonna have to look that one up, because that sounds like Canada. That just sounds like right up their alley.
Guatemala.
I mean, slowly stripping rights away from their citizens, like slowly.
I mean, it sounds like a bad punchline you might hear on late night comics. $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala. Your government was spending that money, and the Doge people came in and said we shouldn't do it. I've been talking about these things for years, but finally we had an administration that was interested in it. $25,000 for an LGBT opera in Colombia, and nearly $1 million to study the microaggressions among obese Latinx, whatever that means. But just crazy wasted money. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was even a surplus. These are crazy wastes of money.
Dang.
But we're doing this.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. Prohibition on additional assault-style firearms. I like how they put the assault style in quotations, but adds more semi-automatic firearms to a list of prohibited firearms. Assault-style firearms compensation programs. Let's see. Owners of firearms newly prohibited may be eligible to declare them, surrender them, and receive compensation. The devious bastards. Let's see here. Amnesty and grace period. A legal amnesty to protect firearm owners who lawfully possess now prohibited firearms will take steps to comply or otherwise dispose. So, hey, man, it's like if you don't give it up, we're going to arrest you over it sooner or later. I wonder if they're going after the ones. Let's see here. In Canada, if they register their guns, I think you're going to go after that period. Like, all right, from this now, for everybody we have in our system, we got a registered assault rifle. Then as soon as this day's set, 30 days from now, we're going to start coming after them. I'm thinking that's where they're going with this. And let's see here, national freeze on handguns. Whoa, under C-21, the earlier freeze was codified into law. Limited expectations remains, e.g. for competitive or professional use. So if you're not using it in a shooting competition or you're not an officer, you can't have a gun. Huh. You think the criminals are going to be following that law? Canadians? Like, come on now. Wow, there's a lot to it. Let's see. Ghost guns and parts regulation. Unlawfully manufactured firearms are now defined as prohibited firearms. Parts as regulated and /transfer imports required a valid firearm license. Which, I mean, I don't know. That sounds like a trap. Red flag. Okay, and that's pretty much it so far. There are others, but man, that's a long list. But shout out to for letting us in on that one.
Yes, we have to borrow the money from China to send it on all these crazy projects around the world. This doesn't even account the $200 billion we've sent to Ukraine. That's all borrowed as well. This summer, President Trump sent...
Man, Bobby, I hope so. I hope so this works out for y'all. If it works out for y'all, God bless. But the type of criminals we got out here, dog, they ain't taking that risk. And I hope you're not talking from a very rich neighborhood, aka the Ivory Tower. I hope you're not talking from there. Actually, I would hope you're talking from there. I don't want you to be poor, but I'm just saying, like, hopefully you're not speaking for the suburbs and you're speaking, or at least you know what's going down in the hood.
Congress, especially,
or the ghettos or the low income areas.
message identifying $9.4 billion in rescissions. And Congress, for the first time in a long time.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to my man Vlad Steen. He says, you think the crypto stable coin and revaluating gold prices and reserves will wipe most of our national debt? Well, we'll wipe most of the national debt out and bring back the buying power. I think we damn near have to make the USD. Like, we already have a stable coin of the US dollar, but betting all on Bitcoin, I would have to see how it's implemented. Like, maybe it could, but how would we honestly make money by switching over to Bitcoin? I mean, going back to the gold standard is almost impossible. I don't think that would help us out. Honestly, we would literally be having to look these countries dead in the face and tell them, look, we're going to switch to currencies, or we're going to switch to the gold standards, and you're going to have to do something about it to make us pay. And unless they're the French want to pull up and grab their gold, I mean, we'd pretty much be playing with all these countries gangster at that point, like Japan and China. We'd be testing their gangster at that point, Vlastine. I'm going to be real with you. And shout out Quick Brick Company for the $1. Appreciate the support.
Did the right thing. We voted for and passed this rescission package to cut $9 billion. I supported, as I always do, cutting this foreign aid. With a deficit of $2 trillion a year, though, $9 billion is a drop in the bucket. We've got to do more. Congress has to do more. And as much as I appreciate this,
I mean, unless we're able to accumulate trillions of dollars in stable coins, I don't think it would help us out, especially if our dollar was to crash and we was to owe all that up front all of a sudden. Yeah, I don't know.
The power of the purse needs to be exerted more by Congress. We've let so many of these decisions.
All right, let me just get to the super chats real quick so I don't keep pausing the video. Shout out to Ove. Alberta is refusing, which they should, and they should go ahead and disconnect and go ahead and come over here. Like, Alberta, don't worry, we'll treat you right. We treat you way better than Canada. We'll treat you good. We'll take you out on dates. We'll give you the good life. Just come on over. All right, but shout out to Tove again. Federal Reserve has decided to stop minting pennies, which is a good idea because at this point, they cost more to make than their actual value.
Making powers devolve to the president. The founders, I think, would be appalled with Congress. They'd be appalled with what Congress has become. Congress exerts no powers, gives away its powers, and does not seek a restoration of its power. Right now, we're living under emergency rule where the president is declared.
Oh, and shout out Cache My Memory for another 100 joules. Appreciate the support, my man.
Declared emergencies on 160 countries and has declared that he has the right to declare whatever he wants through import taxes. Well, our founding fathers would be appalled. The Constitution's very clear. Taxes originate in Congress, and even more specifically, taxes originate in...
Yeah, but our forefathers would also be appalled that we let a $1.2 trillion deficit run up where we've transported most of our jobs overseas and at the risk of the jobs of our American people. So I think they would be pretty ashamed of that. And I think they would start implementing tariffs like crazy to get those back. So Ron Paul, as I hear you, I think you're taking the forefathers out of context because Lord knows first off, if they were still here, one, we wouldn't even be in this position. Everything would have been ran off tariffs and free trade wouldn't even have been a thing. It'd have been we're only going to do it with you if we can't get it from either if we can't get it from ourselves or a friendly nation that we were friends with. So, yeah, Ron Paul, as much as I want to agree with you on the forefathers wouldn't allow the president to implement tariffs, I think they would, especially in this situation right now that a lot of people want to ignore to make an argument against tariffs.
The House of Representatives. Unfortunately, Congress has all been all too happy to wither in the shadow of the presidency that grows larger with each successive administration, whether it be Republican or Democrat. The presidency grows larger and stronger. To wit, the continuing resolution that we're considering, the spending plan that we're considering, maintains the Biden spending levels. So if you remember, there was an election. You remember the Republicans all said Bidenomics and Biden inflation and Biden spending were against all that. That was kind of what the election was decided on. And now you have a Republican in the White House, Republicans in the Senate, Republicans in the House, and we're living.
Oh, and shout out to my man, M.A. White. He sent in 2 joules. Appreciate the support. Hopefully you guys are seeing the little fun animations from the joules.
Under the Biden spending levels that they complained about. The great irony is The Democrats have now switched. The Democrats supported the Biden spending levels under President Biden. Now there's a President Trump and the spending levels are exactly the same. All the Democrats are voting no. It makes no sense at all. It is really ironic that every Democrat senator supported the spending levels just 9 months ago that we're voting on now. So when they say continuing resolution, we're continuing the same spending levels that we started with in December of last year, and every Democrat voted for them. Likewise, in December of last year, conservative Republicans voted against the
Thank
Biden
God.
spending levels. And now they're poised to vote for the Biden spending levels. Both parties have completely flip-flopped to the opposite side of the same issue that hasn't changed. Congress has truly entered the upside-down world. To add insult to irony,
Yeah, I'll give him
the
that one.
CR before us adds the foreign aid dollars we canceled 2 months ago back into the baseline spending. So we finally, for the first time, and as long as I can remember, had a vote to get rid of this crazy foreign aid, this foreign welfare. We did the right thing. We got rid of $9 billion. There's still another 40 some odd billion in the budget. We got rid of $9 billion. By voting on this continuing resolution today, they're sticking the foreign aid back in. The foreign aid will be back part of the baseline again. We got to go through the whole thing again. It's almost as if DOGE never existed, as if DOGE never found all of this stuff, criticized it, shamed Congress into doing the right thing, and we cut the foreign aid. It's going back in. So we're going to do a CR that doesn't lessen the foreign aid spending. It's going to have the same level of foreign aid spending that we had last year.
How did that work out?
I'm not going to fall for this trick, and conservatives shouldn't either. As Jefferson tells us, our job is to be eternally vigilant. What the country needs is a bipartisan effort in Congress to reclaim the power of the purse and to do what is necessary to eliminate duplicative spending, wasteful spending, and spend only what we can afford. We have some programs here that were begun 40 years ago, authorized, and people said, we're going to solve the problem of homelessness. 40 years ago, the programs haven't been reauthorized, and we just continue living on. And then every year or so, someone will go, wow, we have a homeless problem. Why don't we get another government program to build homes? They did this in California recently. They spent $27 billion over a several-year period. You know what the average unit cost for the affordable housing was? $1 million a unit. That's the history of government, the incompetence of government, that they're going to build houses for poor people, and it turned out costing them $1 million a unit to build houses for poor people. Just 2 weeks ago, a majority of the Republican caucus actually did vote for my 6-penny plan. The penny plan, as I've said, is to cut spending across the board. It's how we would actually finally balance a budget, is this compromise that everything needs a little bit of a haircut.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't do it, we're going to end up like France. You know what? Let's slide over to France's story real quick. Let's have a little bit of a geopolitical hour, and then we're going to head into conspiracy hour. So, because, we got to figure out what's going on around the world so nothing surprises us, because, trust me, geopolitics always works its way into American politics. Somehow, some way. I mean, perfect example. Our recent wars. Israel, Ukraine. So it's smart to know what's going on around the world, because you never know. You never know. We get swept into a war. Don't you want to know why? Of course you do. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it right here with France's debt crisis is worse than China's, which is amazing. It's amazing because China's debt crisis is damn near almost irreversible. I don't even know how they're going to get out of it, but we'll see. People complain about our debt situation. China, man, look, China ain't no China without the U.S. at a certain point. Look, the fact that we pause a lot of our purchases from China, it basically crippled their economy more than their housing bubble collapsing did.
Social unrest on the streets of the French capital. Protesters say the only way.
Oh man, and shout out Non-Stoppable for sending in the floating hearts for 10 joules, and shout out Misfit Supervisor for sending in a clapping seal. Hey, I wonder if that was entertainingly shown. But all right, shout out for 250 joules. And appreciate this a party. It's a jewel party. Shout out to Cache My Memory. I caught that last second.
To break the cycle of chaos is for Emmanuel Macron to resign. For social unrest on the streets of the French capital. Protesters say the only way to break the cycle of chaos is for Emmanuel Macron to resign.
For Emmanuel Macron and his government, this is only the beginning of a long fight over who pays the price of reform.
France
Huh. So it kind of makes sense why they kind of backed off Candace Owens for that whole, calling your wife a man, even though she most likely is a man. She looks like one. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's looking like it's the truth. But hey, we may never get to see it. They might force this guy out of power before we even know it.
It's lost its third prime minister in under a year.
The French government just collapsed because it's going broke. National debt is going through the roof and credit agencies are downgrading the country. That's because France didn't just hit the debt ceiling, they launched a baguette to it.
And shout out to Jet for sending in 20 jewels, nonstop for sending in 10. And like I said, you guys are having way too much fun with this. Hold on, and shout out to the mystery gift that was sent for 650 jewels. Shout out Misfit Supervisor. The jewels must be fun.
The crisis seriously threatens President Macron and it could trigger a snap election. Meanwhile, the tensions between France and the European Union are growing every single day. It's accusing France of reckless spending, which could damage the euro currency and the common European market. So the question rises, why is this all happening and what will be the consequences of this crisis? Let's start by unpacking the core of France's problem, namely its rising national debt. It's worth comparing France with Germany, a country that uses the same currency, is in the same trade bloc, and roughly has the same level of economic development. As you can see from the chart on your screen, France and Germany were roughly on par back in 2008, with debt being at under 70% of the GDP. Then Germany chose spreadsheets and France chose croissant and vibes. That's to say, the two countries followed a radically different course ever since. Germany's debt to GDP is still under 70% to this day, while France's debt is now nearing 120% of GDP. There's nothing mysterious that's going on.
Hold on, they don't whoa. How are they even paying for their social services? Everything's supposed to be going to the debt at that point. Oh yeah, they're screwed.
On here. Every year, the French government spends way more than it earns, which leads to chronic deficits and rising debt. In fact, the last time France had a balanced budget was more than 50 years ago. They should stop calling it a deficit and start calling it a lifestyle choice. But you see, one thing is clear. The bill always comes due. For France, it's 3.35 trillion euro bill to be precise, nearly $4 trillion. And to understand how bad this is truly, we have to look at the bond market. That's basically where people buy and sell government debt, issued by countries like France. The interest rate on the bond market tells us how much trust there is in the government. When investors buy bonds in a financially stable country, they're fine with a lower interest rate. But when they buy a bond in a risky country, they want a higher interest rate as a compensation. This is something that's called risk premium. And it's clear that France's risk premium is going up every single day. The interest on 10-year government bond in France is at 3.5% right now. In Germany, it's only at 2.7%. In the case of government bonds, the 80 basis point difference is huge. It might not seem like much, but when you're talking about trillions of dollars in debt, it starts to add up and compound very quickly. Now, just to put things in perspective, France's 10-year bond are more expensive than Greece's, which stand at 3.4%. Greece is notorious for being the most dangerous country in the Eurozone to lend money to because it just had a huge debt crisis a couple of years ago. But now investors seem to trust Greece more than they trust France. The price tag is starting to show. This year, France is going to pay 66 billion euros in interest alone, or about 78 billion US dollars. It's more than 2% of the GDP, larger than France's budget for education or its budget for military, which honestly just makes them America, just with better bread. If nothing changes though, in just next 4 years, these interest payments will grow to become the biggest expense for the French government, bar none. To outsiders, it seems very clear what France is supposed to do. It needs to balance the freaking budget, spend less and tax more. I'm sure Dave Ramsey would be proud, but instead they're only digging the hole deeper.
Spend less and tax more. I mean, and here's the thing, the French people love their social services, so that's not going to fly over real well with them. And, their 4-day work weeks. That might have to end.
In 2024, the French government had the deficit of 5.8% of the GDP. And this year, it's probably going to be 5.4%. Continue with that just for a few more years, and the national debt climbs to a level where France just cannot get it back down anymore. This really is the nightmare scenario. Interest payments could force the French government to keep taking on more and more debt. At some point, the bond market will lose trust and the interest rate will go up even more. This leads to a vicious cycle with more debt and higher rates, which could bankrupt the country. But luckily, of course, this can absolutely be prevented. And France is not at a point of no return yet. But financial analysts are definitely taking the scenario seriously. Credit rating agencies are downgrading France, with Fitch Rating downgrading the country from AA- to A+, which sounds like a positive, but in the bond market, it's really not. This move puts France several levels below its peers. It also shows the financial world that France is a riskier country to lend money to. Massive pension funds and insurers could start to avoid the French bonds because they prefer to invest in higher rated countries because of the safety. And that means if demand dries up for the French bonds, it only worsens the interest rate situation. Now, I'm sure many of you guys are asking the obvious question. Why is this all happening in France? After all, it is a wealthy country with higher GDP per capita than the EU average. It doesn't seem reasonable to flood the country with debt, but they are doing it. Now, the French government can blame the 2008 financial crisis, the COVID crisis, or the recent energy crisis. And to be fair, those are all good points. A lot of debt creation did happen during these years, with 7.4% deficit in 2009 and an 8.9% deficit in 2020. Now, according to Keynesian economics, governments should take on debt during crises, especially to provide a buffer. But in France, the debt from these crises never actually went away. Instead, debt to GDP only went up over time. The reason for this has to do with France's unique welfare state. The government gives income to the poor, provides a social security net for all citizens, and gives people pensions and sponsors healthcare and education. It's kind of like Social Security and Medicare here in the United States, but way more generous. Now, of course, I don't want to sound like someone who's saying that these are all bad things. But at the end of the day, someone has to pay for it because money has to come somewhere. Now, of course, the French people love this because it's part of their unique French social contract between the government and the people. But the price tag is enormous. In France, the government expenses are about 57% of the GDP. You could say that the government controls more than half of the economy, which sounds less like capitalism and more like mild socialism with a wine budget. Compare that to the United States, where the government expenses are 36% of the GDP, and that's combining federal, state, and local spending. The French government needs to collect.
Nah, that's crazy. I mean, 57% is wild. 36% is crazy too, but the fact that 57%,
and that's combining.
Like, bro, they're cooked. They're cooked. They're cooked as a country. Like France, you might be becoming a part of, I don't know, you might be becoming a part of Germany for all you guys know. You might want to practice your German. I hope it don't happen to y'all, but hey, if y'all don't get some new leadership, y'all might have to end up being a part of a more financially stable country.
Federal, state, and local spending. The French government needs to collect a lot of money to afford all this. Most of the burden falls on the workers. 47% of the labor cost goes to the government in form of personal income tax and social contributions for employees and employers. Basically, French people are working to pay the government on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning. And on top of that, if you have a really high-paying job, you need to pay way more than that, with taxes and contributions far exceeding half of your income. There's also a value-added tax of 20% on consumption, with several exceptions. Corporations also need to pay a 25% tax on all profits made in France, plus an additional 3.3% social
25%? I mean, we're at 21, guys. So their corporate tax is even higher than ours.
contribution when they are large. Now, of course, this all sounds like a lot, but these taxes are still not enough to fund all the programs the government offers, and that's what's leading the country to go into debt. Most of this comes down to the French pension system, which is incredibly expansive. A quarter of all public spending goes to pensions alone, about 420 billion euros, or 14% of the GDP. It's more than what France spends on education, defense, public transport, research, justice, and infrastructure combined. On top of all this, the cost has been growing very fast. Of the last 1 trillion euros that France has borrowed in debt, 50% went to pensions. Now, on the balance sheet, the French government tries to hide this as best as it can. For example, a portion of spending on education is actually going to retired teachers, aka pensions. Same is true for defense spending, where 1/6 is going to retired soldiers,
I ain't
aka
mad at
pensions.
it.
Now, that's a very useful accounting trick if you need to hit the NATO spending target of 5%, but it's not going to help against Russia. Unless, of course, the threat of 10,000 retired soldiers is a new military deterrence. One thing is clear, though. The French pension system is fundamentally broken. It goes all the way back to the creation in the aftermath of World War II. France, like many other countries, decided to create a pay-as-you-go pension system organized by the state. This means that the people who are currently working pay for the people who are currently retired. Back in 1960, this was...
I mean, yeah, they do the same thing in China. I mean, but it's not really working out for those in China. I mean, the pension is so goddamn small, the old Asian people can't even live off it. So, sad. But all right, guys, let's head into conspiracy hour with, let's get into a bit of UFO conspiracy. I mean, who doesn't like UFOs? The Majestic 12 secret documents expose UFO cover-up. Let's get right into it. And shout out to you guys for supporting the stream.
On December 11th, 1984, a package arrived at Jamie Chandray's Hollywood office. No return address, no note. Just a roll of 35mm film. Chandray was a film producer working on a UFO documentary with researcher Bill Moore. Moore had written The Roswell Incident in 1980. Before his book, nobody knew the real story of Roswell. He had sources, military contacts, people who leaked information, but nothing like this. Chandray called Moore. Within an hour, they were in Chandray's bathroom.
This story took a weird turn.
He used his bathroom as a darkroom. For developing photographs?
Okay. We're back on track.
Under the eerie red light, the first image appeared. They didn't know what to expect. They certainly didn't expect to see the presidential seal.
Magic seal fetus?
Wrong episode.
Link down in Mel's hole.
There were a total of 8 photos, all documents. The first page was labeled Top Secret, Magic Eyes Only. This was a security classification they'd never seen before, supposedly 2 levels above Top Secret. The formatting was perfect. The typeface matched 1950s government standards. The terminology was right. The dates were right. And the names, those were definitely right. 12 names. A committee tasked with managing the most sensitive secret in American history. Operation Majestic 12. Moore recognized every name on the list. Military leaders, intelligence officers, scientists. But the last name was most interesting. Dr. Jerome Hunsaker. Hunsaker had died 2 months ago. He was the last survivor of the original Majestic 12. The timing wasn't a coincidence. Someone waited until the last man was dead. After almost 40 years of secrecy, somebody wanted this exposed. Moore had literally written the book on Roswell, but his information was secondhand accounts and local legends. He had no hard evidence, until now. The 8 pages told an explosive story. A UFO crash in Roswell, recovery operations, advanced technology, and alien bodies. The documents proved that the US government covered it up, and they proved Roswell was only the beginning.
Oh shit!
Jamie Chandray and Bill Moore held proof of the biggest cover-up in history. The documents detailed a secret committee called Majestic 12. But the real shock was why the committee was formed. The main document was a briefing for President-elect Eisenhower, November 18th, 1952. The subject line, briefing document, Operation Majestic 12, prepared for President-elect Eisenhower, eyes only. On September 24th, 1947, Truman signed Executive Order 092447. It created a special committee to handle all aspects of extraterrestrial interaction. 12 members, scientists, military leaders, intelligence officers, all with the highest security clearances, all sworn to absolute secrecy. The committee had three purposes: study recovered technology, develop strategies for future contact, and most importantly, keep the entire operation hidden from the public. The committee was a response to events that began in June 1947.
On 24 June 1947, a civilian pilot flying over the Cascade Mountains in the state of Washington observed 9 flying disc-shaped aircraft traveling in formation at a high rate of speed. Although this was not the first known sighting of such objects, it was the first to gain widespread attention in the public media.
Though they denied it at the time, the military had been seeing a lot of these objects.
Hundreds of reports of sightings of similar objects followed. Many of these came from highly credible military and civilian sources. These reports resulted in independent efforts by several different elements of the military to ascertain the nature and purpose of these objects in the interests of national defense.
Witness statements were confusing. Nobody knew what these things were. Then on July 7th, 1947, an object crashed in the New Mexico desert. The official story? It was a weather balloon. That was a lie. The briefing described a craft of unknown origin, metallic, disc-shaped, about 30 feet wide, no visible seams or rivets, no visible propulsion system, made from a metal alloy they couldn't recognize. The report confirmed this was engineering beyond any country on Earth, but the craft was empty. But that changed a week later when they found 4 bodies.
Aerial reconnaissance discovered that 4 small human-like beings had apparently ejected from the craft at some point before it exploded. These had fallen to Earth about 2 miles east of the wreckage site.
4 bodies, about 4 feet tall. Humanoid, but definitely not human. Large heads, no hair, gray skin. 3 died on impact. The 4th survived the crash, but died shortly after. The military moved fast and created the infamous cover story.
A special scientific team took charge of removing these bodies for study. See Attachment C. The wreckage of the craft was also removed to several different locations. See Attachment B. Civilian and military witnesses in the area were debriefed, and news reporters were given the effective cover story that the object had been a misguided weather research balloon.
The scientific team, led by Dr. Detmer Frank, called the beings extraterrestrial biological entities, EBEs. And Roswell wasn't an isolated incident. The briefing detailed a second crash.
On 06 December 1950, a second object, probably of similar origin, impacted the Earth at high speed in the El Indio Guerrero area of the Texas-Mexican border after following a long trajectory through the atmosphere.
The object was almost completely destroyed on impact. What remained went to the Atomic Energy Commission facility at Sandia, New Mexico. The briefing included the names of all living MJ-12 members, powerful figures in the military, scientific, and intelligence communities. But one name seemed out of place: Dr. Donald Menzel, America's most famous UFO skeptic, a man who spent his career explaining away every sighting as weather balloons, swamp gas, or natural phenomena. Having the country's biggest UFO debunker on the original committee proved that Operation Majestic 12 wasn't about discovery. It was about deception.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
The MJ-12 documents described a crashed UFO and 4 alien bodies. But the most shocking part wasn't the crash. It was the cover-up. One name on the committee proved the operation was designed to deceive the public from the very beginning. The roster of Majestic 12 reads like a who's who of the American deep state. Let's go through the names. Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter, Naval Intelligence, first director of the CIA, designated MJ1, reported directly to the president. Admiral Sidney Sowers, Naval Intelligence, first director of Central Intelligence, later executive secretary of the National Security Council. General Hoyt Vandenberg, chief of staff of the Air Force, oversaw Air Force intelligence, became the second director of Central Intelligence. General Nathan Twining, chief of staff of the Air Force, commander of the Roswell operation. He wrote a famous memo in 1947 saying UFOs were real. From his reports came Project Sign, Project Grudge, and Project Blue Book. Secretary James Forrestal, first Secretary of Defense, former Secretary of the Navy. General Robert Montague, commander of Sandia Base in Albuquerque, which created nuclear weapons. Captain Gordon Gray, National Security Advisor under Eisenhower, Secretary of the Army, helped manage nuclear weapons policy. Then the scientists. Dr. Vannevar Bush, head of the Office of Scientific Research and Development during World War II.
Oh, shallow parabolic curvature. He says, Project Mongol is the declassified files for this. All right.
Architect.
Shout out my man Parabolic for giving us that information.
Of the Manhattan Project. Dr. Detlev Bronk, biophysicist, future president of the National Academy.
My bad. Project Mogul. Project Mogul is the declassified files for this.
Of Sciences, specialized in aviation medicine, in charge of non-human biological entities. Dr. Lloyd Berkner, physicist and engineer specializing in radio, atmospheric studies, and space science. Dr. Jerome Hunsaker, aeronautical engineer, chairman of the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, which became NASA. These were the men who built America's nuclear secrets, but among them was one name that didn't fit, Dr. Donald Menzel. Menzel was a respected Harvard astronomer. He was also America's most famous, most vocal UFO debunker. He wrote books explaining away every sighting as weather balloons, swamp gas, mirages, all kinds of natural phenomena. Having such a well-known skeptic on a UFO committee made no sense, unless his public role was a cover story. Dig a little deeper, and you realize Menzel was living a double life. He had a 30-year association with the NSA. He had top secret ultra clearance with the CIA.
Top secret ultra clearance? What's next? Super duper premium platinum pinky swear clearance?
Between 1947 and 1948, right after the crash, Menzel made several trips to New Mexico, all paid for by the US government. In public, Menzel was a skeptic. In private, he was an asset. Harvard University has been taking photographs of the sky since 1882. The images are stored on photographic plates. By 1952, Harvard had 500,000 plates. Many contained images that would be inconvenient for the government, so they had to be destroyed.
1/3 of the plate collection destroyed by the new incoming director of the Harvard Observatory. And that man was, do you give his name or shall I?
I think you should do it.
That man is Dr. Donald Menzel.
Dr. Menzel destroyed 150,000 priceless photographic plates, images of Mars, the moon, the entire sky. Not only that, he prevented Harvard from taking any additional photographs during his tenure, 15 years.
So Menzel comes in September, October 1952, but began destroying a certain amount of this priceless collection of astronomical data. And also, he prevented Harvard from collecting new astronomical data for a certain number of years, and this is known among your colleagues as the Menzel Gap. Is that correct?
Yes, the survey that was there, like the All Sky survey, was halted for 15 years.
Oh, so following the science means destroying evidence, there's a lot of that going around these days.
But Menzel wasn't the only member with a complicated story. James Forrestal was openly critical of government corruption and lack of transparency. A man with a conscience isn't suited for a seat at the most secret table in the world. For MJ12, Forrestal was a problem. To solve it, all they needed was a little gravity.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
James Vincent Forrestal didn't come from old money or privilege. He clawed his way up from newspaper reporter to Wall Street millionaire. By age 40, he was president of the powerhouse investment firm Dillon Read & Company, When World War II broke out, he walked away from finance to serve his country. Roosevelt made him Undersecretary of the Navy, then Secretary of the Navy, and finally First Secretary of Defense. Forrestal oversaw the transition from wartime America into the Cold War superpower. His rags to riches story was the American dream, but he was a nightmare for the Washington establishment. Forrestal was openly critical of Truman's policies, nuclear disarmament, joining NATO. Forrestal argued that recognizing the new state of Israel too soon would inflame the Arab world.
Hey, bro, this man was cooking. I mean, bro, who is he? Warsaw? Bro, he was cooking. I mean, everything he warned everybody about kind of came to fruition. He was cooking.
Critical of Truman's policies, nuclear disarmament, joining NATO. Forrestal argued that recognizing the new state of Israel too soon would inflame the Arab world.
I can see what they're doing, what he's doing. I can see it, I feel it. He's cooking.
Threatening U.S. oil security. Critics accuse Forrestal of being anti-Semitic, but the record shows his arguments were strategic, not religious or ethnic. He wanted Israel to be under UN control until tempers in the region cooled down. He also believed America was being hollowed out from within. He warned that communists had infiltrated the government, the media, and the military. While the U.S. was disarming, Moscow was embedding agents at the highest levels of American life.
He was right about that.
He was. Congressional hearings would later prove that Soviet spy rings really had penetrated Washington. But when Forrestal said it, he was branded paranoid. It was a media smear campaign. Journalists who once praised him painted him as unstable. Communists accused him of imagining Reds under every bed. Cartoonists mocked him as a wild-eyed conspiracy theorist. Inside the White House, Truman's circles spread the idea that Forrestal was cracking under pressure. They circulated rumors about his drinking, about his memory. But Forrestal wasn't drunk or senile. He was filling thousands of pages in his diaries, working 15-hour days. He was independent, wealthy, and wasn't afraid to speak truth to power. Forrestal couldn't be controlled. That made him dangerous. By March 1949, the pressure campaign worked. Forrestal was forced to resign as Secretary of Defense. Within days, he was checked into Bethesda Naval Hospital for rest. But that rest looked more like confinement. Visitors were restricted. His priest tried 7 times to see him, blocked every time. His brother Henry begged to bring him home. Even Forrestal wrote letters saying he was fine and wanted to leave. The Navy kept him inside. 7 weeks later, he was dead. At 1:50 a.m. on May 22, 1949, a nurse heard a crash outside. Forrestal's body was found on a 3rd-floor ledge, 13 stories below his window. The belt of his bathrobe was tied around his neck. The hospital declared it a suicide within hours. No autopsy, no investigation. The coroner rubber-stamped the report without inspecting the body. Reporters were told Forrestal had been copying lines from a tragic play as a suicide note.
Hold on,
but the lines were unfinished, mid-sentence, as if he was interrupted.
Now, let me guess. The video
Man,
wasn't...
it went from conspiracies about UFOs to a conspiracy about, well, government hits.
working that night.
They didn't have video back then.
Looking
Yeah,
kind of
like
real
the
right now.
story.
Forrestal's brother Henry called it murder. Navy officials ordered personnel to stay silent. They even classified the number of windows in his room as top secret. Forrestal's diaries were seized immediately. Thousands of pages of meetings, conversations, personal reflections. When they were finally released 2 years later, entire sections were missing. His family believed the censored passages contained secrets that powerful people wanted buried. Instead, Forrestal was buried.
Yeah, history seems to repeat itself, don't it?
It does. Some believe Forrestal was going to go public about UFOs. He felt Americans deserved to know the truth about extraterrestrial contact. But the message was clear. Silence wasn't optional. For years, the trail stayed cold. Then, a postcard arrived from New Zealand with a return address in Ethiopia.
Wow.
With James Forrestal dead, the MJ-12 secret was safe for years. But in early 1985, a mysterious postcard arrived at Bill Moore's home, about to blow the case wide open. The postmark was from New Zealand. The return address was from a post office box in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Moore didn't know anyone in New Zealand or Ethiopia.
When doors won't open, search for windows. Add some zest to your trip to Washington. Try Reese's Pieces. For a stylish look, shop Suitland.
Whoa. I hope they paid for all those product placements in this video.
The message on the card was a riddle.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Someone was following the investigation and knew it had stalled. Moore called Jamie Chandray and their new teammate, nuclear physicist Stanton Friedman. Friedman had worked on classified nuclear aircraft programs for companies like General Electric. He approached the documents like a scientist and helped them crack the code. They worked backwards. For a stylish look, shop Suitland. Suitland wasn't a clothing store. It was Suitland, Maryland, home of the National Archives. That unlocked the other clue, Reese's Pieces. At first, they thought it had something to do with extraterrestrials. After all, they were E.T.'s favorite candy. But Friedman knew an Ed Reese who worked at the National Archives in the military records branch. Reese's Pieces weren't candy, they were documents. The postcard was telling them exactly where to go and who to see. 3 days later, Moore and Chandray were in the massive archives building in Suitland. They were still facing millions of documents with no idea where to start. Then Moore looked at the postcard again. The return address, P.O. Box 189, Box 189. Chandray approached the reference desk. They were looking for Box 189, Record Group 341, Air Force Records. The archivist checked the computer. The box had last been accessed in September 1984, just 2 weeks after Jerome Hunsaker's death. About the same time, Chandray received the Majestic 12 documents.
Yahtzee! This is like some UFO scavenger hunt, like Midnight Madness. Faggot beefy.
I know the movie. Do you want to know what they found in the box?
What's in the box? okay. I'm done. Really, seriously. What's in the box?
Inside.
Faggot beefy.
Inside were dozens of folders filled with routine Air Force business from the 1950s. Then Chandray found it, a single sheet of paper tucked between budget reports. The header read, Top Secret Restricted Information, a memorandum from General Twining signed by Robert Cutler, President Eisenhower's special assistant.
The president has decided that the MJ-12 SSP briefing should take place during the already scheduled White House meeting of July 16th.
This was it, the smoking gun, an official government document referencing MJ-12, filed in the National Archives. It was the final piece they needed to solve the Majestic 12 puzzle. But Moore, Chandray, and Friedman weren't exposing a secret government program. They were being manipulated by one.
Oh shit!
Moore, Chandray, and Friedman thought they had found their smoking gun. The Cutler-Twining memo seemed to be the proof they needed, but they didn't realize they were pawns in a much larger game. The clue was on that first envelope that contained the film. It was postmarked Albuquerque, New Mexico. Kirtland Air Force Base is in Albuquerque. That's where the game was being played, and the man in charge was Richard Doty. Doty was a special agent for AFOSI, the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. His job was to spread disinformation in the UFO community, and he was very good at it.
I was always connected to UFOs and to disinformation, although in actuality, within the government, we don't call it disinformation. We call it deception operations.
Doty's most notorious target was physicist Paul Benowitz. Benowitz believed he was intercepting alien communications near Kirtland. Instead of dismissing him, Doty fed him false documents and encouraged his theories. Eventually, Paul Benowitz had a complete mental breakdown. We did a whole episode on this a couple of years ago.
Link down in your Venus flytrap.
We don't want him to go out to the public, go on camera and say, hey, I just tapped into a secret laser on Kirtland Air Force Base. Obviously, we can't have that happen. So all I had to do was say, well, you know what, Paul? Maybe what you did see was UFOs.
Doty wasn't just targeting civilians. He also manipulated Emmy-winning documentary filmmaker Linda Moulton Howe. She was working on a UFO special for HBO. Doty promised her footage of crashed UFOs and alien bodies.
She also had contacts within the government. We wanted to know who those contacts were. So we set up an operation. We didn't. I didn't. The government did. Where I would bring, she was coming to Albuquerque, New Mexico. So everything was set up for me to contact her, bring her in to the OSI office. I show her a document that came from headquarters and try to convince her to work for us.
This was a specific government operation designed to prevent free speech. The goal was to stop the HBO documentary. And if they destroyed Linda's reputation in the process, even better.
I'm going to do this HBO documentary. She was trying to confirm all the information is what it sounded like. So you were tasked with basically putting the kibosh on that documentary.
Yeah, that was Operation Kensaw. I interviewed her and showed her the documents and so forth, providing her with something that was detrimental to HBO. Another OSI agent provided her with small film clip.
Was it real or fake?
It was fake. It discredited her, and therefore she lost that contract.
Wow.
The project was canceled, and Linda's reputation as a mainstream filmmaker was
Bro,
damaged.
scumbag.
This was how the game was played. Promise evidence, build trust, then pull the rug out.
They're working for my government. They're working in agencies of the government that is supposed to be protecting of the people, by the people, for the people. How did it all turn upside down?
Yeah, HBO canceled the show because of Doty.
Yep.
I wish Doty was around for the last season of Game of Thrones.
In June 1989, the UFO community gathered in Las Vegas for the annual MUFON conference. Bill Moore was scheduled to speak. Moore was now a hero for his work on the MJ-12 documents. The room was packed. The last thing anyone expected to hear was a confession. Bill Moore, maybe the most trusted UFO researcher in the world, was a government asset. His handler was Richard Doty. They had an arrangement. Doty would provide Moore with confidential information about UFOs. Moore would report on the activities of people like Paul Benowitz and others in the UFO community.
And it was Richard Doty, then with AFOSI at Kirtland Air Force Base, who soon came into play as the middleman in that process. Shortly thereafter, it became apparent to me that my supplying information to the government through Doty on the activities of Paul Benowitz, APRO, and to a lesser extent, several other individuals, was to be a part of this equation.
Not only did Moore spread government disinformation, but he would also report back on how well the lies performed.
The entire story of a secret treaty between the U.S. government and the aliens, of exchanges of technology between us and the aliens, of battles between aliens and American armed forces, and of aliens allegedly having implanted hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of human beings for the purpose of taking over the world and using us as cattle or slaves, came about as a result of the disinformation process. I know, because I was in a position to observe much of this process as it unfolded. And I was providing regular reports on its effectiveness to some of the very people who were doing it to Paul.
I recruited Bill Moore. I recruited him to be a spy within the UFO community.
The room erupted. Researchers who trusted him felt betrayed. The man who brought the MJ-12 documents to the world had just admitted he was a government operative. His career was over. He was booed off the stage. Moore's confession cast a shadow over everything. Were the MJ documents just another part of the game? A sophisticated piece of disinformation?
Regarding the MJ-12 documents that were released to Jamie Shindir or Bill Moore, I had absolutely nothing to do with that. We coordinated, had liaison with them.
But all these other copies spread out around. Of course, the internet wasn't in existence back then, but and that's how the MJ-12 documents. I would say that some of the information was factual and a lot of it wasn't.
There were some investigations conducted by FBI, OSI, regarding the MJ-12 documents, extensive investigations just to determine whether these things were legitimate, whether they contained classified information, and then who released them. So the names of the members of the MJ-12 group were not officially known to us. A lot of the information, not all the particular details, but a lot of the information is factual. Who's controlling
the release of information. There's a group out there that is. I can guarantee you that there is. Now, the MJ-12 documents, entirely different. Those things surfaced through a guy by the name of Jamie Shandera. He got them. I'm sure, I'm almost convinced that was part of another operation. The MJ-12, are they MJ-12? Where did they come from? Who makes up the MJ-12? What's their names today? Is it the Zodiac or Zenith Group or?
In 1987, I was investigated by the FBI for the MJ-12 documents. They claimed, the UFO researchers claimed I released them, I created them. And we also wanted to form an alliance with the MJ-12 group, working either alongside them or working with them.
I have no connections, official connections with the United States government or intelligence community.
And those documents were created based on actual documents. So you have to give them a little bit of real information before you throw in the disinformation. And then you add more and more and more, and that person opens their mind up and says, you know what, I think this is all real.
Everything about MJ-12 was now thrown into doubt. The documents were scrutinized. Believers became skeptics. The story was pushed to the fringe. But in 1994, another Majestic 12 document was found, and this was so detailed, it was almost impossible to deny. William Moore's confession had shattered the UFO community. The MJ-12 documents, once seen as the Holy Grail, were now tainted by disinformation, and Richard Doty's fingerprints were all over it.
These fingerprints were on the taint.
Stop that.
Yeah.
Researchers were divided. Then in 1994, 10 years after the first package arrived, another roll of film was sent. This time the recipient was Don Berliner, a respected aviation journalist. The film wasn't a memo or a briefing. It was a field guide. The cover read, Majestic 12 Group Special Operations Manual, with the subtitle, Extraterrestrial Entities and Technology, Recovery, and Disposal. It was dated April 1954 and marked Top Secret, Magic Eyes Only. For researchers, this was the Rosetta Stone, a step-by-step guide for managing an alien presence on Earth. The level of detail was staggering. It provided instructions for establishing a secure perimeter around a crash site. It outlined protocols for handling various types of alien technology.
Craft are to be approached with extreme caution if they appear functional, as serious injury may result from exposure to radiation and electrical discharges. If the craft is functioning but appears to be abandoned, it may be approached only by specially trained MJ-12 Red Team personnel wearing protective clothing. Complete craft and parts of crafts too large to be transported by covered transport will be disassembled. If they must be transported whole or on open flatbed trailers, they will be covered in such a manner as to camouflage their shape.
The guide specified packaging and shipping procedures, press blackouts, how to issue deceptive statements to the media, how to discredit witnesses, and communication protocols to follow if live contact was established.
In dealing with any living extraterrestrial biological entity, security is of paramount importance. All other considerations are secondary. Although it is preferable to maintain the physical well-being of any entity, the loss of EBE life is considered acceptable if conditions or delays to preserve that life in any way compromises the security of the operations. Remains will be preserved against further decomposition as equipment and conditions permit. Cadavers and remains will be bagged or securely wrapped in waterproof coverings. Remains will be refrigerated or packed with ice if available.
The manual described 4 types of alien craft in precise detail. Discs between 50 and 300 feet wide, cigar-shaped vessels over 2,000 feet long, cone and triangle-shaped craft. It also categorized 2 different types of EBEs. Type 1 entities were humanoid, about 5 feet tall with pale yellow skin. Type 2 were 3 to 4 feet tall with large elongated heads with big slanted eyes that were pure black, pale skin, 3 long fingers and a thumb. We know them as the Greys.
It is not definitely known where either type of creature originates, but it seems certain that they did not evolve on Earth. It is further evident, although not certain, that they may have originated on two different planets.
The manual was clinical and professional, exactly what you'd expect from a military field guide. It answered every question critics raised about earlier MJ-12 documents, almost as if someone was paying attention and responding to skeptics, and maybe somebody was. Page 2 identified the source of the document, Kirtland Air Force Base, Albuquerque, New Mexico, headquarters of OSI agent Richard Doty. Researchers found what looked like top-secret documents proving a UFO cover-up. They followed a paper trail to a smoking gun in the National Archives. But the investigation collapsed when one of their own confessed to being a government disinformation agent. But are the Majestic 12 documents real? Well, let's break it down. The case for a hoax is overwhelming. William Moore, the man at the center of the discovery, publicly admitted to working with Air Force intelligence to spread disinformation. The documents were mailed to him and Jamie Chandere with no chain of custody. Later, they found the Cutler-Twining memo in the National Archives. Skeptics say they planted it there, which I believe they did. The documents themselves are full of problems. The Cutler-Twining memo was signed by Robert Cutler on a date he wasn't in the country. Other documents use a strange date format that isn't used by the military or civilians, like putting 06 instead of just 6 for the day of the month. The typefaces are a little wrong for the early 1950s. There are formatting errors, misspellings, and terminology problems, like using the word media instead of the press, which was much more common. There are references to buildings that didn't exist yet. The documents were missing proper top-secret control numbers. President Truman's signature was obviously copied from another document. So is it a hoax? Well, not so fast. The film containing the Special Operations Manual was authenticated as 1950s era Tri-X stock. Forensic analysis of the typography showed a raised letter Z. This was an artifact of a 1954 hot lead printing press. That's a nice detail. The language is correct. Terms like craft tape instead of duct tape, and the official 1950s postal abbreviation for New Mexico, N.MEX. It was perfect. Almost. The font and use of bold section headers aren't consistent with DoD field manuals. It refers to Area 51. Area 51 wasn't publicly acknowledged until 2013. Besides, the military didn't call it Area 51. That was a CIA designation. The manual outlines procedures for satellite recovery, but this is supposed to be from 1954. Sputnik wasn't launched until 1957, and it caught America by surprise. Still, there are coincidences that are hard to dismiss. President Truman really did meet with Bush and Forrestal on the exact day the MJ-12 order was supposedly signed. General Twining's flight logs really do place him in New Mexico right after the crash. And Dr. Menzel really did have top secret ultra clearance with the CIA. So what's going on? Are the documents fake or real? Well, the answer is yes. All roads lead back to Kirtland Air Force Base, the Office of Special Investigations, and Richard Doty. This wasn't a random hoax. It was a coordinated psychological operation. The goal was to fool the public and control the researchers. By feeding them a mix of fake and real information, they waste time following false leads. They waste time studying fictional details. And they waste time arguing with each other about who was or wasn't an intelligence asset. If anyone got too close to an actual secret, the intelligence community would steer the narrative and discredit them. Smear campaigns were effective.
Yeah, pushing people out of windows works too.
It sure does. I think the truth about Majestic 12 is more mundane. The documents were designed to confuse researchers while the military tested special equipment and operated black projects in the desert. Are they testing reverse-engineered alien craft? Probably, though it's probably not what we think. Do I believe an organization operating outside the government is controlling the UFO narrative? Absolutely, I do. This rabbit hole goes even deeper, which is why this is only volume 1 of a series of Majestic 12 episodes. The documents are forgeries, but they're really good forgeries. Doty's become the face of UFO disinformation, but he was just one small piece of a very large, very well-funded machine. Doty himself said the documents weren't real, but a lot of the information in them is. He's careful about how he words that. The real conspiracy is that the techniques perfected on UFO researchers in the 1980s are now being used on all of us every single day. Are the current whistleblowers telling the truth? I doubt it. I don't trust people from Air Force intelligence with active security clearances, giving statements approved by the Pentagon, all while getting paid by the US government. And I become really skeptical when you release a book.
There's always a book.
But I could be wrong. When I publicly denounce the whistleblowers, half my audience cheers and the other half boos. We're divided. As I'm writing this, people are debating whether the Tic Tac UFO is a Lockheed project. They're divided and distracted. And that's the point. The weaponization of truth didn't end with Majestic 12. That's when it began. It was a field test. In an age of social media and information warfare, we're all Paul Benowitz now. We're constantly targeted, manipulated, and fed a version of reality designed to keep us confused and divided. But don't let them win. We'll only learn the truth when we're focused and united. We have to apply pressure on our elected officials. We need them to be afraid. We need them to know that if you lie to us, you're fired. Also, if you do nothing, you're fired. Every election cycle, we need to hold them accountable. If they fail, we go to the ballot box and drop a hammer on them. Then we bring in somebody else to get the job done. If they fail, drop the hammer again and again and again. We need to be as relentless as they are. We're outgunned. They have all the tools of the state at their disposal. All we have is a hammer. But you know what they say when all you have is a hammer? Well, when I look at Capitol Hill, I see a whole bunch of nails.
And all right, we're gonna go ahead and leave it at that one, guys. I'm gonna head out for the night, and you know what? Tomorrow for Conspiracy Hour, we can do like a band documentary. Even though I'm gonna have to switch over to Rumble on that, we can definitely do it. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close out on the jab.